Chapter 1200. 1200 Chapter 1200 Crocodile Warrior. The sudden increase of 1 million raw gemstones showed the determination of the god's alligator continent's prodigies. Many people chose to give in. However, there were still people who continued to bid. "I'll bid too, 1 million. 2,200,000. There were still 2 more people bidding, raising the price to 2,200,000. 3 million. The paragon of the Xin continent spoke again. His eyes were bright, and he was determined to win. He raised the price to 3 million. Kwang, since you want this sky thunderwood so much, I'll give it to you. The young man who had bid earlier said and withdrew from the competition. Kwang was the name of the most powerful heaven's favorite on the Xin continent. Forget it. 3 million raw stones is not worth it. I'll stay and buy something else. The other young man shook his head and also gave up on the competition. Kwang's face revealed a smile. His thunder mentality had just reached a bottleneck. This sky thunder might be able to help him break through the bottleneck. Now that he saw no one competing with him, he was naturally overjoyed. Since that's the case, I'll buy this sky lightning wood. He laughed. Wait a minute, I'll bid 5 million raw stones. At this moment, a voice was heard, causing Kwang to stop mid-sentence. Then, his eyes flashed with a sharp light as he looked at the person who spoke. It's you, someone from the divine wilderness continent. Seeing the person who spoke, Kwang's eyes became even sharper. The one who made the bid was naturally Lu Ming. I'll offer 5 million raw stones. Do you want it or not? If you don't want it, the sky lightning wood is mine. Lu Ming glanced at Kwang and said indifferently, I bid 4 million raw stones. Kwang gritted his teeth. 5 million. Lu Ming immediately added 1 million. Right now, there was a mountain of raw gemstones in Lu Ming's storage ring. He had a lot of raw gemstones, so he would not even bat an eye if 1 million raw gemstones were added. Kwang's face darkened. 5 million raw stones had already exceeded his budget. Kid, you're determined to go against me, right? Kwang stared at Lu Ming with an unfriendly look. What a joke, everyone naturally wants treasures, and you're not the only one who can use the sky lightning wood. I can also use it, so I naturally want it too. If you want it, then add the raw stone. If you don't have any, then shut up. Lu Ming said calmly. Kid, don't think that just because Long Chen has appeared in the divine wilderness continent, the rest of you trash can do whatever you want. Let me tell you, Long Chen isn't here. I can suppress you with a flip of my hand. Kwang shouted in rage and turned hostile. During this period, Long Chen's name was also known, so Kwang knew about it. Idiot. Lu Ming pursed his lips indifferently. Everyone, is there any rule in the treasure exchange tower that we can't fight? Kwang's voice was heard. No, in the treasure exchange tower, there is indeed no rule that forbids us from fighting. Someone said with the attitude of watching a show. All right, this person is deliberately provoking me and raising the price. I can only teach him a lesson and let him know that everyone's actions and words are linked to his strength. Without strength, there are some actions that can't be done and some words that can't be said. Kwang stood up and stepped forward, closing in on Lu Ming. His eyes were cold. It seems that Kwang has gone mad. That kid is most likely going to be abused. Someone sneered. Indeed, the divine wilderness continent's Long Chen is indeed strong in combat. But other than Long Chen, the others are all trash. It's normal for them to be abused if they want to use Long Chen's name to do as they please. It's only a matter of time before such a person is killed. A series of discussions sounded in the surroundings. Lu Ming heard all these discussions. Lu Ming was speechless. Since when did he use Long Chen's reputation to be so overbearing? Could it be that he had borrowed Long Chen's name to buy something at a high price? These people were too imaginative. Actually, this was no wonder. In the past, the divine wilderness continent had never been considered strong among the other continents, being below average. This time, An existence like Long Chen had appeared. His combat strength was shocking. In the eyes of others, Long Chen was a special case. The rest of the divine wilderness continent were still trash. Now that a piece of trash was acting so arrogantly, they naturally thought that Lu Ming was using Long Chen's name to act tyrannically. Brat, if you leave this place now and give up on bidding with me, I'll let you leave, Yi Kuang said. In the end, he was still a little afraid of Long Chen. They lived near Soldier Peak and General Peak. He was afraid that Long Chen would find trouble with him later. Lu Ming shook his head. Xiaoqing, why do I feel that our chances of winning are much higher if someone like him is participating in the selection of the deity sect? I think so too. Look, this person's face has become darker than a pig's liver. Xianxia squinted his eyes and mumbled along with Lu Ming. The two of them exchanged words, which made Yi Kuang's face turn into the color of pig liver. You're looking for death. I'll cripple you. Yi Kuang roared in anger. Sharp nails grew out of his claws and his palms were covered in scales. He looked like a crocodile's claw, and there were traces of lightning on it. Buzz! Yi Kuang clawed at Lu Ming's throat. It was as fast as lightning and unbelievably fast. This claw was terrifyingly powerful. Even an ordinary 7th-level spiritual god realm martial artist would be killed by it. Boom! Boom! The 8 streams of dragon energy in Lu Ming's body burst forth. The muscles on his arms bulged as he threw a punch. Bang! A dull sound of impact was heard. Kacha! Kacha! Immediately, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Yi Kuang groaned and his face changed. His body retreated rapidly. Dense inscriptions appeared on the ground of the hall, dispersing Yi Kuang's power. This person is so powerful. On the side, the others were shocked and somewhat aghast. At this moment, Yi Kuang's claws were completely deformed and twisted. Clearly, Yi Kuang's 5 fingers had been broken by Lu Ming's punch. With one punch, not only did he block Yi Kuang's attack, but he also broke Yi Kuang's finger. Such power was shocking. You're looking for death. Yi Kuang's embarrassment turned into anger. He roared and the aura of the peak 5th-level spiritual god realm erupted. At the same time, his bloodline appeared above his head. He transformed into a giant crocodile that was flashing with lightning. However, because he was in the treasure exchange tower, his giant crocodile's size was much smaller, unlike the mountain-like size outside. In this place, the giant crocodile's body had shrunk to 10 meters in length, but its power had not weakened at all. It was still terrifying. Yi Kuang roared and pounced at Lu Ming. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Lu Ming stood up and his 3rd bloodline emerged. His hair turned blood red and his endless killing intent enveloped Yi Kuang. Whoosh! His 3rd bloodline turned into a combat sword. Lu Ming held the sword and slashed. Chapter 1201. 1201 The Ancient Mine in the Divine Ruins. The sword light was like blood and filled with cold killing intent as it cut through the void. Poochie! In front of everyone's shocked eyes, the giant crocodile that Yi Kuang had transformed into was split into 2. The giant crocodile's huge body turned into energy light and dissipated. Within the light, a figure retreated rapidly, blood spurting in the air. It was Yi Kuang. At this moment, his face was pale with horror. One of his arms had disappeared. He controlled his physical body and stopped the bleeding. He looked at Lu Ming in shock. At the scene, the other Young Heaven's favorites also revealed looks of shock and disbelief. One sword. With just one sword, Lu Ming had broken Yi Kuang's blood meridian fusion and cut off one of Yi Kuang's arms. Such combat strength was truly shocking. The divine wilderness continent was way too terrifying. First, there was Long Chen. Now, this young man gave off an even more unfathomable feeling. Initially, they had thought that the divine wilderness continent had only produced a powerful paragon like Long Chen by chance. The others were still trash. But now, they realized that they were gravely mistaken. At first, Lu Ming did not even need to do anything. Long Chen alone had already dealt with the people from the Xin continent. Using your own words, Everyone will have to pay the price for what he said. An arm is a lesson for you. Get lost. Lu Ming put away his third bloodline. The aura on his body became calm again. He looked at Yi Kuang and said indifferently. Yi Kuang's face turned ugly, but he didn't dare to say anything. He turned around and disappeared from the teleportation formation. Brother, here are 5 million raw stones to buy your Sky Thunder wood. Lu Ming took out a storage ring and walked to the young man selling Sky Thunder wood. Good, you take the Sky Thunder wood. The young man was shocked. He quickly handed the Sky Lightning wood to Lu Ming and kept Lu Ming's storage ring. Sensing the powerful lightning energy in the Sky Thunder wood, Lu Ming smiled and returned to his seat. Little Qing, take a look and see if there's anything you need. We'll buy them all. Lu Ming said to Xianxia. But I need items that contain demonic aura. They might be rare. Xianxia said. The exchange of treasures continued. However, they did not see the items that Lu Ming and Xianxia needed. After some time, Lu Ming walked to the middle of the hall and cupped his fists. Everyone, I'm Lu Ming. I need 9-leaf Ganoderma, Earth Emperor Essence, Emperor Bloodstone. Whoever has these treasures, feel free to name a price. Lu Ming will definitely find a way to get it. Lu Ming listed 5 types of materials in succession. They were the main materials for refining the Nirvana elixir. The Nirvana elixir required a total of the main ingredients. He had already collected 2 of them, and he still needed 5 more. These 5 are all extremely rare spiritual herbs and treasures. I don't have them on me. Indeed, I don't have any either. All the young men in the surroundings shook their heads, indicating that they didn't. After a while, everyone shook their heads. Lu Ming was a little disappointed and returned to his seat. Little Qing, shall we go to the top floor to take a look? Lu Ming said. Xianxia nodded and left the place with Lu Ming. They walked towards the portal. This was the 6th floor, and there was another floor above it, the 7th floor. After crossing the portal, the 2 of them appeared on the 7th floor. On the 7th floor, there were even fewer people, only about 20 people sitting around. As Lu Ming and Xianxia attacked, many eyes turned to them. However, most of them only glanced at Lu Ming and ignored him. Most of them stopped at Xianxia. What a beautiful woman. I wonder which continent you're from. His appearance is no worse than Ji Hongqian's. Murmurs sounded. It's them, Lu Ming. In the crowd, there was a person with a cold gaze. It was Mu Feng. He was also here. Mu Feng, you know them? Beside Mu Feng, there was a handsome young man. He wore a jade crown and a gold thread shirt. He looked like a noble young master. At this moment, he was looking at Xianxia with a burning gaze. I know them. They are the Divine Wilderness Continent's elites. The man's name is Lu Ming, and the woman's name is Xianxia. Mu Feng said, Divine Wilderness Continent? I've heard that Long Chen's combat strength is pretty good, but what about these 2? How is it? The noble young master said, that Lu Ming's combat ability is slightly stronger than mine. The woman should be average. Mu Feng deliberately said that Lu Ming's combat strength was only slightly stronger than his. Yeah, that woman is not bad. I never thought that there would be such a beauty in the Divine Wilderness Continent. The noble young master stared at Xianxia, his eyes burning with passion. If cousin wants it, why don't you take it? Mu Feng suggested. That's good. After the treasure exchange is over, I'll send someone to bring this woman to my mansion. The noble young master said. His words were filled with great confidence, as if the decision he made was the only way things would happen. The 2 of them were using voice transmissions, so Lu Ming did not hear them. However, he could still feel their gazes. Mu Feng. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he walked over to a table with Xianxia. At the same time, Lu Ming's gaze swept across the room. There were only 20-odd people on the 7th floor, but all of them were full of energy. They gave off a shocking aura, and it was clear that they were the cream of the crop. Among them, the aura of a few people made Lu Ming frown. He felt a sense of danger. What caught Lu Ming's attention the most was a lady sitting at the head of the table. She was wearing a fiery red dress that looked like a blooming flower. She was beautiful, but she also had a heroic spirit. She had a strange temperament, but it didn't stand out on her. Instead, it was very harmonious, forming a different kind of beauty. She was indeed beautiful, not inferior to the 5 great beauties of Central Continent. What's wrong? You can't take your eyes off a beauty, are you tempted? Xianxia's voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. What's wrong? Are you jealous? Lu Ming looked at Xianxia teasingly. I don't have any. Xianxia pouted. How can she be as pretty as you? Why would I be moved? Lu Ming said softly, causing Xianxia to blush slightly. He gave Lu Ming an expression that said, at least you know your place. The two of them sat to one side. At this moment, a young man was taking out a treasure and wanted to exchange it with the others. It was indeed the 7th level. The treasures were indeed different. It was a piece of golden iron mother. It was very rare and was the best material to refine spirit weapons. Even Lu Ming was tempted. Unfortunately, he did not have what the other party needed. Soon, the young man sighed and put it away. Then his palm glowed, and a glistening yellow stone appeared. This is the Divine Ruins, ancient mine. Someone said. That's right, it's precisely the Divine Ruins, ancient mine. The young man replied. Everyone also knows that inside the Divine Ruins, ancient mines, there might be peerless and rare treasures. Right now, I have 3 pieces in my hands, all obtained from the Divine Ruins interior. Now, these 3 pieces, I'll sell them all. Whoever offers the highest price will get it. 2 more yellow stones appeared in the young man's palm. There were 3 of them in total. Chapter 1202. 1202 Chapter 1202 Fight. Divine Ruins Ancient Mine? Lu Ming's expression changed. He was somewhat curious. Previously, when they took the cross-sea spaceship to the continent of the Divine Ruins for a month, they more or less had some understanding of the continent of the Divine Ruins. The reason why the continent of the Divine Ruins was called the continent of the Divine Ruins was that there were a few pieces of divine ruins on the continent of the Divine Ruins, known as the Ruins of Gods. Inside, it was very dangerous, but it was also filled with endless treasures and contained endless mysteries, so it was called the Divine Ruins. Legend had it that the Divine Ruins originally did not exist. Countless years ago, the sky split open, and countless things fell from the sky, forming the Divine Ruins. From the Divine Ruins, one could excavate a kind of ore called the Divine Ruins Ancient Ore. Within the ore, there might be supreme treasures. Some people took out supreme divine weapons, some took out supreme secret manuals, and some even took out the bones, blood, essence, and so on of supreme experts. They were all supreme treasures. Of course, there was a higher possibility that there was nothing inside. At the scene, no one made a sound. Buying the Divine Ruins Ancient Mine was like gambling. Buying it, one might not get anything. The chances of wanting to cut out treasures from the Divine Ruins Ancient Mine were too low. Beside Mu Feng, there seemed to be flames dancing in the eyes of the noble young master. His eyes were fixed on one of the ancient mines in the Divine Ruins, as if he had sensed something. Lu Ming, I suggest you buy it. There's something good in one of the old mines that might be of help to you. At this moment, Danden's voice was heard. After this fellow entered the treasure exchange tower, he had been lying on Lu Ming's shoulder and did not make a sound. But now, he suddenly sent Lu Ming a voice transmission. You can sense the things in the Divine Ruins, ancient mine. Lu Ming was stunned. It was said that the layer of glistening yellow or outside the Divine Ruins, ancient mine was very strange. It could block spiritual senses from scanning. If one did not cut open the ancient mine, the martial artist would not be able to know in advance if there was anything inside, let alone what it was. Only in very rare cases would he sense it. For example, the noble young master's bloodline was faintly beating. He felt that there was something in the old mine that matched his bloodline, which was why he could sense it. This old mine is mine. The noble young master's eyes were bright as he said, "I'll bet 100,000 raw stones on my luck." 100,000 raw gemstones was not a high price, but it was not low either. If the 3 old mines were empty, the 100,000 raw stones would have gone down the drain. Mujue, you're so rich. 100,000 raw stones is nothing to you. I'm not as rich as you, so I'm not betting. I'll forget it too. On the side, the other young men laughed. There were many ancient mines in the divine ruins in other places of the South God Palace. If one wanted to buy them, they could buy them at any time. Therefore, the others shook their heads and did not bid. This made Muju smile. If he could buy a raw gemstone with a treasure for 100,000 raw gemstones, he would make a huge profit. His heart trembled. I offer 200,000 origin stones. It's my first time seeing a divine ruins ancient mine. It's rather interesting. I'll try my luck too. Lu Ming said calmly. Lu Ming's words made Muju's eyes turn cold. I'll pay 300,000. Mujue said. Then I'll pay 500,000. Lu Ming said. This made Mujue's face even more unsightly. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Kid, you're new here and shouldn't know the market price of the divine ruins, ancient mines, right? Let me tell you, the outside world's legend is that the divine ruins ancient mines contain peerless treasures, but the chances of that are very small. 99% of the ancient mines are empty. If you buy it, you might lose out. You don't have to worry about that. Also, don't you want to buy it too? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Mujue coldly snorted and continued to bid, 600,000. At this moment, the others' eyes flickered. From Mujue's expression, it seemed like he really wanted it. Could he have sensed something? I feel like my luck is pretty good today. I'll buy it for fun too. I'll pay 700,000. Is that so? I have the same feeling. I'll bid 800,000. I bid 900,000. The other young men chimed in. To prodigies like them, 1,000,000 or so raw gemstones were really nothing. If there were really treasures in the divine ruins, ancient mine, then it would be a huge profit. Soon, the price had risen to 1.5 million raw stones. This made Mujue's face even uglier. All of this was because of Lu Ming. If Lu Ming had not competed with him, he might have been able to buy the 3 divine ruins, ancient mines with just 100,000 raw stones. Now, he could not even buy them with 2 million. Although Muju did not care much about 1 or 2 million raw stones, he was still upset that he had spent so many extra raw stones. 2 million raw stones. Mujue gritted his teeth and called out a price. This guy called out such a high price. Did he really sense something? The others' eyes flickered as they continued to bid. Very quickly, the price rose to 3 million. Lu Ming, forget it. Although there's something in there, it's only worth 3 million yuan at most. If it goes any higher, we'll suffer a loss. Dandan said. Lu Ming was very surprised. It seemed that Dandan could really sense the specific items inside. Otherwise, how could she even measure the price? At this point, Lu Ming stopped bidding. On the other hand, Mujue and the other young men were still bidding. In the end, the price rose to 5 million raw stones, and it was finally bought by Mujue. Damn it. Mujue looked at Lu Ming coldly, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. On the side, Mu Feng was overjoyed. This Lu Ming is really courting death. How dare he offend Mujue? It seems that I don't need to find someone to take action. Mu Feng sneered in his heart. After the youth sold the divine ruins, ancient mine, he walked down. Following that, someone else went up the stage and took out treasures to exchange. Some people successfully exchanged for treasures, while others returned in disappointment. They saw that the treasures they took out did not have what Xianxia and Lu Ming needed. The two of them shook their heads in disappointment. It seemed like it was not that easy to find what they needed. Everyone, I have a piece of fire spirit root here, and I need to exchange it for a sword-shaped stone. I wonder if anyone has a sword-shaped stone. One is enough. Suddenly, a voice was heard. What? Fire spirit root. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and his eyes lit up. One of the main ingredients to refine the nirvana elixir happened to be a fire spirit root. He had finally found what he needed. Fire spiritual roots, it's the fire spiritual roots. Pang Yuan actually took out such a precious treasure. On the side, a series of voices sounded. The fire spiritual root was a top-grade level 9 treasure. It was very rare in the world and many people were tempted. However, a sword-shaped stone. Many people frowned. The sword-shaped stone was a treasure of the same level as the fire spiritual root. It was also rare in the world, so who would have it? It's a fire spiritual root. Mujue's eyes also lit up, emitting a burning light. His bloodline was extremely compatible with the fire spirit root. If he could refine the fire spirit root, his cultivation would definitely be greatly improved. Chapter 1203. 1203 Chapter 1203 Battling Mujue. Pang Yuan, do you really need a sword-shaped stone to exchange for it? I'll use other treasures or raw gemstones to buy it from you. State your price. Mujue stood up, his eyes fixed on the fire spiritual root in Pang Yuan's hand. No, a fire spirit root is also very useful to me, but I need the sword-shaped stone more. If there is a sword-shaped stone, I will exchange for it. If there is none, then forget it. Pang Yuan said. Pang Yuan, the fire spirit root is very useful to me. Can't we discuss it? Mujue still didn't give up, and his eyes were burning. What does it have to do with me if it's of great use to you? Pang Yuan sneered. Phew. Mujue's face turned ugly. However, Pang Yuan was also a very famous heaven's favorite of the South God Palace. The force behind him was also very strong, not any weaker than Mujue. Therefore, Mujue was extremely wary of Pang Yuan. If it was someone else, he would have attacked. Who has a sword-shaped stone? If you don't, then forget it. Pang Yuan said. I have it. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Everyone could not help but look over. It's him. Many people were stunned. It was Lu Ming who had just spoken. You have a sword-shaped stone. Pang Yuan's eyes lit up as he looked at Lu Ming. Not bad. Lu Ming stood up. His palm glowed and a small stone sword appeared in his hand. The stone sword was the size of a palm and milky white in color. It emitted a faint sword chi. This was the sword-shaped stone. Lu Ming felt that he was lucky. He had found this sword-shaped stone when he was sorting through the storage rings of the expert from the Heaven Martial Sword sect after Xiel Wan had killed him. Back then, Xiel Wan had killed so many powerful people and Lu Ming had obtained many good things. He had organized them all. Now it had come in handy. It really is a sword-shaped stone. Pang Yuan's eyes lit up as he looked at the stone sword in Lu Ming's hand. The sword-shaped stone was extremely useful for warriors who cultivated the sword. This sword-shaped stone should be enough to pay you back for your fire spirit root. Lu Ming said. Of course you can. Pang Yuan said with a smile. Wait a moment. At this moment, Mujue said coldly. He took a step forward and stood not far from Lu Ming. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Kid, sell me your sword-shaped stone. Sell it to you? I'm sorry, my sword-shaped stone needs to be exchanged for a fire spirit root with that brother Pang, so I don't have any extra sword-shaped stones. Lu Ming said. There's nothing else. Just sell the one in your hand to me. Hurry up, I don't have time to waste on you. Name your price. Mujue said impatiently. Lu Ming frowned. Don't you understand what I'm saying? I've already said that I have use for this sword-shaped stone. Nonsense, I don't care if you're useful or not. Now, sell him to me, you hear me? Mujue scolded coldly. Where did this idiot come from? Lu Ming sneered. Lu Ming was speechless. This Mujue obviously wanted to use his sword-shaped stone to exchange for the fire spiritual root with Pang Yuan. He didn't dare to do anything to Pang Yuan, yet he was bullying him. At the side, the others looked on indifferently and did not say anything. Kid, what did you say? Do you know who I am? I am Mujue, the young master of the Mu family, one of the top 10 families in the South God Palace. You dare. Get lost. I don't care who you are. Who you are is none of my business. A good dog doesn't block the way. Before Mu Ju could finish his words, he was coldly reprimanded by Lu Ming and he swallowed his words. Courting death. How dare a piece of trash from the divine wilderness continent act so arrogantly? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you really don't know how high the heavens are. Mu Jue's face turned gloomy. His eyes were cold, and the aura around him became violent. A layer of flames spread out from his body. At the side, the others looked on quietly, and no one stopped them. In this world, treasures could only be obtained and protected if one had the strength. Buzz! Mu Ju waved his hand and a long whip condensed from flames whipped toward Lu Ming's face. You really think I'm a soft persimmon? A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. His palm was like a knife and he slashed out. With a poof, Mu Ju's flame whip was cut into two. You have some skills, but you are still too young to be arrogant in front of me, Mu Jue. Mu Jue said coldly. Boom! The aura on his body became even more violent, and a terrifying pressure bloomed in the hall. The strength of this pressure surpassed the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. The 6th level of the spiritual god realm. Moreover, it was the peak of the 6th level of the spiritual god realm. Mu Ju's cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level spiritual god realm, which was one level higher than Lu Ming's. Is this the strength of the geniuses of the South God Palace? Lu Ming's gaze flickered. The Divine Ruins continent was indeed the most powerful continent in the Divine Ruins continent group, with experts as numerous as the clouds. The South God Palace could be considered one of the 4 strongest forces in the Divine Ruins continent, and the geniuses among them were naturally not to be underestimated. In the Divine Wilderness continent, a paragon like Longchen was only at the peak of the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. The other geniuses, such as Xianxia and Dark Child, had just broken through to the 4th level spiritual god realm not long ago. The difference was too great. Kneel down. Mu Ju shouted coldly and struck out with his palm. A huge palm print condensed and blasted toward Lu Ming. He wanted to suppress Lu Ming with one palm and make him kneel on the ground. 6th level spiritual god realm, so what? Lu Ming was not afraid at all. The dragon power in his body burst out and he threw a punch. Boom! The terrifying fist force hit the flaming hand and directly penetrated it. Again. Mu Ju's eyes turned even colder when he saw that the palm that he had condensed was destroyed by Lu Ming. Fuck you, it's my turn now. Lu Ming took a step forward and the ground trembled. Countless inscriptions appeared. Buzz! Lu Ming's figure neared Mu Ju in an instant. At the same time, the 3rd bloodline appeared above his head. A wisp of energy surged into his body, causing him to be covered in a bloody light. Boom! After borrowing the power of the 3rd bloodline, Lu Ming's strength increased again and he threw a punch at Mu Ju. A cold, killing intent enveloped Mu Jue, and a terrifying force pressed toward him. This made Mu Ju's expression change slightly. He roared and the flames were boiling. He threw a punch at Lu Ming. Boom! When the two fists collided, Mu Ju's expression changed drastically. He took a few steps back while Lu Ming's body only swayed a little. What? Mu Jue has been pushed back. How is that possible? Mu Jue is at the peak of the 6th level spiritual god realm, but he was forced to retreat. What happened? That Lu Ming's cultivation is only at the 5th level of the spiritual god realm. How did this happen? After Mu Ju was knocked back with a single punch, the scene went into an uproar. Many people cried out in shock. Among them, a few young men's eyes flickered and revealed a strange light. For example, the beautiful woman in the fiery red long fist had a look of surprise in her eyes. Damn it, brat, I'm going to kill you. After being punched by Lu Ming, Mu Jue let out a long and angry howl. He had a higher cultivation level, but now, he was forced to retreat by a young man with a lower cultivation level. This made him feel extremely humiliated. Chapter 1204. 1204 Chapter 1204 Suppressing Mujue. Mujue's body was filled with killing intent. The flames on his body danced wildly, and his bloodline appeared above his head. Mujue's bloodline was a vine, which was covered in flames and had 9 golden chakra shining. He used bloodline fusion and transformed into a flaming vine, emitting a terrifying aura. Die! The flaming vines danced like long whips and swept toward Lu Ming. The scorching flames seemed to be able to burn everything. All around, the other young men stood up one after another. Their zhenyuan glowed and their wills surrounded them to resist the remaining power of the flame. Bang! Lu Ming activated the prison's suppressing heaven technique and struck a vine with his palm. A dull sound was heard. Lu Ming felt a scorching flame spreading towards him, and his palm was slightly numb. To be honest, Mujue was very strong. A 9th-level divine-level bloodline and a cultivation at the peak of the 6th-level spiritual god realm. His combat strength was extremely terrifying and much stronger than Yiquang's. Buzz! 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 The flaming vine kept waving and lashing at Lu Ming. With a single strike, these vines could crack the earth. Their power was terrifying. Lu Ming's 5-colored concept covered his entire body. The power of the prison's suppressing heaven technique grew stronger and stronger as he struck out palm after palm. Bang! 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 Lu Ming's palm kept clashing with the flaming vines. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. The fact that the two of them were evenly matched already shocked the others. He's so strong. This Lu Ming is so strong. Unbelievable. He's actually able to fight Mujue, who's at a higher level. It's indeed unbelievable. The divine wilderness continent is amazing. The others exclaimed in admiration and looked at Lu Ming with fear. All of them had awakened 9th-level divine bloodlines and stood at the peak of all Heaven's Pride experts. Their combat strength was unparalleled, and it was a common thing for them to fight above their level. It was almost impossible for geniuses like them to be defeated by others who were at a higher level than them. Among geniuses with 9th-level divine rank bloodlines, who would be much weaker than the other. But now, Mujue, who had reached the peak of the 6th level of the spiritual god realm, was being challenged by someone of a higher level. And the person who was fighting above his level was from the divine wilderness continent, a continent that was not very famous. Die! Mujue roared. His cultivation level was 1 level higher than Lu Ming's, but he could not take Lu Ming down. This made him extremely angry. If word of this got out, his reputation would definitely take a huge hit. What was a genius? Geniuses were meant to surpass levels and defeat others, not to be defeated by others. If one was defeated by others, what kind of genius was that? He was bound to become a joke. He was furious. He could not wait to crush Lu Ming's bones and scatter his ashes. He launched an even more violent attack. What are you shouting for? Would shouting loudly make one stronger? A peak 6th-level spiritual god with such little combat strength. How disappointing. It's time to end this. Lu Ming smiled in disdain. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged above his head. That is, his bloodline? It seems to be the legendary bloodline of the 9 dragons, but it's only at the 8th level of the divine level. It's actually only at the 8th level of the divine level. The appearance of Lu Ming's blood meridian caused another uproar. Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons and roared. The devouring power enveloped Mujue, causing the flaming vines to tremble. Bang! Bang! The 9 dragons continued to step forward and used the 9 dragons' sky-treading steps. The violent power struck the flame vines. After a few consecutive explosions, 3 of the flaming vines were instantly blown to pieces. The 9 dragons roared and each of their 9 claws grabbed a flaming vine. With a powerful tear, the 9 flaming vines were all torn apart and turned into flames. Bang! The divine dragon wagged its tail, and the 9 dragons' tails used the prison's suppressing heavenly art to whip at the main part of the flaming vine. The root of the flaming vine was directly sent flying, and it heavily hit the wall. Boom! Countless inscriptions glowed on the wall, but it still shook violently. Mu Ju let out a scream. He was completely suppressed, completely crushed. After Lu Ming performed the blood fusion, he completely crushed Mu Ju. Buzz! The 9 dragons twisted their bodies and instantly appeared in front of Mu Jue, their dragon claws continuously striking out. The explosions continued, accompanied by Mu Jue's shrill screams, causing many people to shiver. After more than 10 moves, Mu Ju finally couldn't hold on any longer. His bloodline collapsed and he returned to his original form. At this moment, his hair was disheveled and he was spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. His entire body was covered in injuries and he was in an extremely miserable state. Among the crowd, Mu Feng's face was pale and bloodless. Mu Ju, who had reached the peak of the 6th-level spiritual god realm, had been defeated. He had never dreamed that he would be defeated so miserably. Initially, he thought that he could use Mu Ju to cripple Lu Ming and avenge the day he was beaten up by Lu Ming. He never expected that such a powerful Mu Ju would follow in his footsteps. "Bastard, you dare to hit me? You're dead!" Mu Jue roared in anger. He hated Lu Ming to the core. After today he, Mu Ju, would become the laughingstock of the South God Palace. The 9 dragons shrank and Lu Ming turned into his human form. His eyes were cold as he kicked Mu Ju's face. Mu Ju screamed in pain and his head hit the wall hard. His face was deformed. "You still dare to threaten me? Do you believe that I won't kill you right now?" The murderous intent on Lu Ming was so strong that it sent a chill down Mu Jue's spine. Damn it, damn it. Mu Jue roared in his heart, but he didn't dare to say another word. Lu Ming's blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were bloodshot. His killing intent was too strong and cold. He really suspected that Lu Ming would kill him if he said anything more. He stretched out his hand and sucked. With a sweep of his essential core, the storage ring in Mu Jue's hand flew to Lu Ming and was caught in his hand. "This storage ring will be your punishment for my emotional damage." Lu Ming slowly put away Mu Jue's storage ring. "You can't do this." Mu Jue wailed. That storage ring was all his savings. Also, what compensation for emotional damage? Speaking of compensation, shouldn't he be the one who should be compensated? He had been beaten up so badly. "You want to die?" Lu Ming's blood-red eyes focused, causing Mu Ju to not dare to make a sound. However, his body trembled slightly because of his anger. "Get lost," Lu Ming said indifferently and turned to leave. If this had happened in the Divine Wilderness continent, Lu Ming would have smacked him to death. But this was the Divine Ruins continent, after all. Lu Ming had only shown mercy because he had just arrived. Mu Jue glared at Lu Ming hatefully. He staggered to his feet and walked toward the portal. "Cousin, wait for me." Mu Feng was so scared that his legs were trembling. He quickly followed Mu Ju and left the place. "Brother Pang, the sword-shaped stone you wanted." Lu Ming walked toward Pang Yuan and handed the sword-shaped stone to him. "Haha, Brother Lu's combat strength is really admirable." Mu Jue, that arrogant and domineering guy, finally kicked an iron plate today. Pang Yuan laughed and handed the fire spirit root to Lu Ming. "Brother Pang is too polite," Lu Ming said. Both of them had gained something and were happy. "Interesting." The beautiful lady in the red dress looked at Lu Ming. Her heroic eyes were filled with curiosity and fighting spirit. Chapter 1205. 1205 The Treasure in the Old Mine. The treasure exchange continued. Next, others went up and took out their treasures to exchange. "I also have 2 Divine Ruins ancient mines here. I wonder who needs it? I'll buy it with raw stones." After a while, another young man went up and took out 2 pieces of glistening yellow Divine Ruins ancient mine. "What?" When the young man took out the 2 ancient mines of the Divine Ruins, Xianxia raised his eyebrows. "Lu Ming, I feel that there's something in one of the old mines." Xianxia sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. "Little Qing, you can sense it?" Lu Ming was a little surprised. "Lu Ming, there's indeed something in one of the old mines. It's quite suitable for this chick." That's why she sensed it. However, it's not too precious. Dandan sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and planned to buy it. Just like before, buying the Divine Ruins, ancient mine was like gambling, and almost no one made a bid. I'm new here, and I'm very curious about the Divine Ruins, ancient mines. These two ancient mines, I'll offer 100,000 pieces of raw stones to buy them and study them. Lu Ming said casually. He seemed to have bought 2 pieces purely out of curiosity. After Lu Ming spoke, no one else spoke. That young man was somewhat depressed. Those 3 pieces of Divine Ruins ancient mine previously were raised to a high price of 5 million, while his 2 pieces could only be sold for 100,000. After waiting for a while and seeing that no one else was bidding, he could only sell Lu Ming at a price of 100,000. Lu Ming handed the rough stone to the young man and kept the 2 pieces of the old mine. He did not go down. Instead, he swept his gaze across the entire place and said, Lu Ming would like to purchase the Emperor's Bloodstone, 9-leaf Ganoderma, Goblin, and octagonal mysterious ice grass. If you have these 4 spiritual herbs, you can state your conditions. Lu Ming will try his best to fulfill them. Emperor's Bloodstone, Earth Emperor's Essence. The others, expressions changed. These 4 items are all very precious. Their value is no less than the fire spirit root. In fact, the octagonal mysterious ice grass is even more expensive. That's right. I've only heard of these 4 spiritual herbs and materials, but I've never seen them before. The others were all discussing, and almost everyone shook their heads, indicating that there was no such thing. Emperor's Bloodstone, I do have one. Right at this moment, a clear and melodious voice sounded. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he looked in the direction of the sound. The one who spoke was the stunning woman in the fiery red dress. It's Ji Hongqian. Someone muttered. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This woman was indeed Ji Hongqian. He was one of the 3 strongest heaven's favorites of the younger generation in the South God Palace. Yi Chuan had mentioned him before. Miss Ji, you have the Emperor's Bloodstone? Lu Ming revealed a look of anticipation. Ji Hongqian's palm glowed and a dark red stone appeared. This stone was like blood jade. The strange thing was that there was a sweet fragrance coming from the stone. It was very pleasant to smell. It really is the Emperor's Bloodstone. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Miss Ji, what treasure do you need to exchange for the Emperor's Bloodstone? See if I have it on me. If I don't, I'll find a way to get it. Lu Ming said. Brother Lu, it's your first time in the Divine Ruins. You're a guest, so I don't need to exchange for any treasures. Brother Lu can just buy it with raw stones. 30 million raw stones it is then. Ji Hongqian said. 30 million? Lu Ming was slightly stunned. It was not because it was too expensive, but because it was too cheap. A rare treasure like the Emperor Bloodstone was at the peak of level 9 and was extremely rare. Its true price was definitely not just 30 million. Miss Ji, I've already gotten a huge bargain with 30 million raw stones. Lu Ming said. Brother Lu, you are a guest. I'll take it as Hongqian befriending you. Ji Hongqian laughed in a forthright manner. Everyone was clear that Ji Hongqian's attitude was due to Lu Ming's ability. If Lu Ming's combat strength was low, Ji Hongqian would not have bothered with him. But now, Lu Ming's strength had attracted Ji Hongqian's attention. That was why he wanted to befriend him. Then thank you, Miss Ji. Lu Ming was not a bashful person. He took out a storage ring, stored 30 million raw stones in it, and handed it to Ji Hongqian. Ji Hongqian handed the Emperor's Bloodstone to Lu Ming. Lu Ming put away the Emperor's Bloodstone and returned to his seat. He was in a good mood. Today's harvest was not bad. After that, more people took out their treasures to exchange, but Xianxia and Lu Ming were not interested. After a while, Lu Ming and Xianxia stood up and left. They went to the 5th floor and said goodbye to Yi Chuan. They left the treasure exchange tower and returned to their residence on General Peak. Lu Ming and Xianxia entered the mountain and river diagram and sat cross-legged on a mountain peak. Between the 2 people, a piece of Divine Ruins ancient mine was suspended. This piece was the one that Xianxia had sensed. Lu Ming's vital essence on his finger condensed into a blade of vital essence, and he cut it down at the divine ruins, ancient mine. The divine ruins, ancient mine was very hard, even harder than many metals. However, under Lu Ming's blade of quintessential essence, it was still easily cut open. Instantly, a wisp of black demonic qi filled the air. There's really something. Lu Ming's expression changed. This divine ruins, ancient mine was really intriguing. There was something sealed in the ancient mine. Gotcha! In the end, the divine ruins, ancient mine split open, and a drop of dark red blood appeared. A beam of dense demonic light shot up into the sky. This is a powerhouse's fresh blood, sealed inside the divine ruins, ancient mine. Lu Ming was secretly surprised. Legend had it that ores like the divine ruins, ancient mine did not come from the divine ruins continent. Some people guessed that it came from beyond the heavens. When experts fought, treasures, fresh blood, essence blood, and other things splashed onto the divine ruins, or they landed on the divine ruins continent through the spatial cracks. For various reasons, some treasures, fresh blood, and other things were sealed by the divine ruins, ancient mine, and after a long time, they were preserved. The owner of this drop of blood is an expert who cultivates the demonic path. Although many years have passed and this drop of blood no longer has much power, it is still very useful to me. If I refine it, my cultivation will definitely increase. Xianxia said. Little Qing, then quickly refine it, before the energy dissipates. Lu Ming said. Xianxia nodded. The blood vessels appeared on his head. He formed a seal with his hands and sucked a drop of blood into his hands. He began to refine it. Lu Ming estimated that Xianxia would need at least a few days to refine a drop of demon blood. Lu Ming went to a nearby mountain peak and took out the remaining few ancient mines in the divine ruins. 3 of them were bought by Mu Ju, but his storage ring was taken by Lu Ming. The 3 divine ruins ancient mines naturally fell into Lu Ming's hands. One of them was the one that he sensed a treasure in. Lu Ming put it aside first and cut open the other 3 divine ruins, ancient mines one by one. As expected, there was nothing inside. There were only 3 ores that were useless. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the last piece of old mine. He used the blade of quintessential essence and cut it. Immediately, a scorching aura spread out from the divine ruins, ancient mine. Lu Ming revealed a look of joy and completely cut open the old mine. This is a weapon fragment. In the divine ruins, ancient mine, Lu Ming discovered a piece of weapon fragment that emitted a scorching aura, as if there was a flame burning. I reckon that there must be supreme powerhouses who cultivated the fiend path being killed, their flesh and blood scattered. Some were sealed inside the divine ruins ancient mine. Xianxia said. Lu Ming nodded. He was also very curious about the divine ruins ancient mine. Woo! At this moment, a cry sounded in the sky. The cry sounded very sorrowful, very sorrowful. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. This cry definitely did not come from within the mountain and river diagram, but from the outside world. However, the mountain and river diagram was a treasure of the heavenly abode. It was isolated from the outside world, and sound could not enter at all. But how did this sound enter? Obviously, Xianxia had also thought of this, and his expression changed. Buzz! Dandan flew over from afar and landed on Lu Ming's shoulder. She said, "What's this crying? It's so unpleasant to hear. How did it even reach here? It's coming from outside. Let's go out and take a look." Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Dandan exited the mountain and river diagram together. As soon as he got out of the mountain and river diagram, the crying sound became even clearer. It was coming from the east. The 2 of them left the room and went to the courtyard. That's... Lu Ming and Xianxia looked to the east, their eyes wide in shock. It was nighttime and the world was dark. The moon and stars were nowhere to be seen. But on the east side, the sky was blood red. It was like the sunset, but it was definitely not the sunset. The light rushed out from the ground and dyed the horizon red. And that sorrowful cry was coming from that direction. Lu Ming and Xianxia flew out of the courtyard and into the sky, where they could see more clearly. At this moment, the sky above the South God Palace was filled with people, all looking toward the east. Tuobashir, do you know what's going on? Lu Ming asked as Tuobashir was beside them. General Lu. Tuobashir cupped his fists and said, this period of time, I specially inquired about it. According to what I know, that direction is the direction where the divine ruins are located. I heard that every year in the divine ruins, such an abnormal phenomenon will happen. Blood light will dye the horizon red, and there will be cries coming out. Divine ruins? Lu Ming and Xianxia were both slightly taken aback. They did not expect such a phenomenon to come from the divine ruins. The divine ruins is very mysterious. Inside contains treasures like the divine ruins, ancient mine, but it's also very dangerous. There's not much danger outside the divine ruins, but inside, it's very dangerous, especially the core region. Even if emperors enter, they've never seen anyone come out. Tuobashir said. This made Lu Ming and Xianxia even more shocked. It was indeed shocking that even an emperor could not come out. At this moment, the crying suddenly disappeared, but what came after was the sound of worship. It was grand and solemn. If one listened carefully, it sounded like a battle song. Cultivate my war spear, kill the 9 heavens, slaughter the alien races, return my mountains and rivers. Vaguely, Lu Ming seemed to have heard these few sentences. They were filled with sorrow and were not afraid of death. Roar! Vaguely, Lu Ming seemed to hear a dragon's roar that shook the world. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. What on earth was in the divine ruins? Lu Ming was extremely curious. This strange phenomenon lasted for an entire night. It only disappeared when the sun rose the next day. At this moment, Lu Ming saw many people flying toward the east. Could they be going to the divine ruins? Lu Ming was a little surprised. It said that every year, an unusual phenomenon will happen in the divine ruins, but for a period of time after the unusual phenomenon, the divine ruins is the safest. The divine ruins are divided into the outer region, inner region, and core region by the people of the South God Palace. Normally, there's no danger in the outer area, but the inner area is full of danger. Even a supreme martial artist can die if they're not careful. As for the core area, even emperors can't come out. However, for a period of time after the phenomenon, the inner region will become much safer. As long as one's luck isn't too bad, there won't be any great danger. One can enter to search for treasures and divine ruins, ancient mines. Tuobashir explained in detail. Clearly, he had found out a lot during this period of time. It was on the ground and looked worn out, but one could tell that it was extremely tall and majestic. Lu Ming, I seem to have a trace of feeling. There seems to be a divine ruins ancient mine inside. Xianxia said. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming said. The 3 of them carefully rushed into the ruins of the hall and looked around carefully. Finally, they came to a remote corner. Xianxia sensed that there was something in the corner that was reacting to her. I'll dig it up. Their figures flickered as they arrived one after another, their powerful auras covering the entire stone forest. Among these people, there were middle-aged men and white-haired old men. The aura they emitted was very shocking. The worst was at the 8th level of the spiritual god realm, some were at the 9th level, and some were even at the great circle of the spiritual god realm. Longchen, let's see how you die today. An arrogant voice rang out. The 2 young men stepped out. Mu Feng Mu Ju. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The great circle spirit god realm expert attacked again. Boom! The great circle of the spiritual god realm was too powerful. Its combat strength was several times stronger than that of a 9th level spiritual god. With a burst of true essence, it shattered Xianxing's sky demon power field. Xianxing's delicate body trembled and she retreated. Her face turned pale. Boom, 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 boom. The 9 dragons' claws continued to strike the meteorite, producing 9 explosive sounds. Lu Ming took a few steps back with each explosion. After 9 sounds, he kept retreating, his dragon body trembling. In the end, Lu Ming was suppressed by a perfected spiritual god. Oh! On the other side, the Archean dragon-esque elephant let out a long howl. Its might was incomparably powerful, and it had killed several experts in succession. Even a 9th-level spiritual god expert had died at Long Chen's hands. However, at this moment, there were also experts at the Great Circle of the spiritual god realm who made their moves and suppressed Long Chen. Lu Ming, you guys retreat quickly. Don't worry about me. Tuoba Shi roared. Given Lu Ming and the rest's combat abilities, if they were determined to break out of the encirclement, they might be able to do so. Lu Ming, I'll kill him immediately if you break out of the encirclement. Mu Ju shouted. He was truly afraid of Lu Ming and Long Chen's combat strength. If he let go of such powerful figures, he would not be able to live in peace in the future. Don't even think about using me to threaten them. Even if I die, I won't die in such a cowardly manner. Tuoba Shi roared in anger. A terrifying wave of energy burst out of his body, emitting a brilliant light. Crazy. Mu Ju's expression changed drastically. He shook off Kai Ta and retreated frantically. Let's die together. Tuoba Shi laughed heartily as he charged towards Mu Feng and Mu Ju. Boom! Then, Tuoba Shi's entire body exploded and the violent energy swept towards Mu Feng and Mu Ju. Self-destruction. Tuoba Shi had self-destructed. Not even his bones were left. 2 figures flew out. They were Mu Feng and Mu Ju. Mu Feng was in a terrible state. Both of his arms were missing, and half of his body was blown up. His eyes were wide open, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. However, his life force was quickly dissipating, and even the gods couldn't save him. Mu Ju's cultivation was much stronger, so he was much better off. He only spat out a mouthful of blood. Young master, are you all right? 2 powerful warriors appeared beside Mu Ju. I'm fine. Attack and kill them. Let's attack together and kill them all. Mu Ju roared. The rest of the powerhouses charged toward Long Chen, Lu Ming, and Xianxia. There were as many as 4 people in the Great Circle of the spiritual god stage. The remaining people were all in the 9th level of the spiritual god realm. Tuoba! At this moment, Lu Ming had calmed down. However, the icy cold killing intent in his eyes was unimaginably dense. Little Qing, you go first into the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming said to Xianxia. Xianxia nodded. She knew that Lu Ming could only perform better if he was alone. With a flash of light, Xianxia's figure was absorbed into the mountain and river diagram. Kill! With a loud shout, a huge stone tablet appeared. The bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel. The 9 dragons turned into a ray of light and entered the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. Buzz! The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline trembled, and it grew to a height of 30,000 meters, emitting terrifying waves. Especially the word steel at the bottom, which had a shocking energy. Boom! The prison-suppressing steel pressed down on a great circle of the spiritual god stage. Break! The Great Circle Spirit God Expert transformed into a huge meteorite. Flames filled the sky as the meteorite crashed toward the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. There would be plenty of opportunities to kill Mu Ju in the future, but he couldn't bring Xianxia along with him to face the Grandmaster. Although Long Chen did not know why, he knew that Lu Ming must have discovered something. Without any hesitation, he turned around and followed Lu Ming, running madly behind him. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them were far away. What? Mu Ju and the 2 perfected spiritual god experts were a little stunned. They did not know why Lu Ming and the rest had suddenly escaped. It's too good for them. Mu Ju's face revealed a ferocious expression as he gritted his teeth. He had wanted to take down Lu Ming and Long Chen and make them wish they were dead. And that Xianxia, such a beauty, he originally wanted to take her down and enjoy her, but now he could only let them die. The Divine Ruins, core region, they naturally did not dare to enter, because even emperors would die if they entered. It was too strange and too dangerous. However, Mujue was still worried. Elder Rain, please guard this place for half a month. Since ancient times, no one has been able to survive in the core region for more than half a month. If they still don't come out after half a month, it means that they're dead. All right, young master. Don't worry. Supreme Dancing Rain nodded. After that, Muju waited there for a day. After a day, Lu Ming and the others still did not come out, so Muju went back alone, leaving Supreme Dancing Rain to guard the place. As soon as Lu Ming and Long Chen rushed into the core area of the Divine Ruins, it was as if the stars had shifted, and the environment behind them suddenly changed. What's going on? The two of them stopped at the same time and looked back. Behind them, there was a blood mist, and they couldn't see the specific situation at all. Logically speaking, even though there was a blood-colored mist here, they should still be able to see some things with their eyesight. But now it was all hazy. Could this place be inside a great formation? Lu Ming secretly guessed. Who were safe? We can't sense that supreme martial artist anymore. Dandan patted her chest with her claws and let out a long breath. The bodies of the 9 dragons shrank. Lu Ming and Long Chen transformed into human forms. The supreme martial artist didn't chase us. Let's recover first. With that, Lu Ming descended. The area was still in ruins. Below them was the wreckage of an ancient hall. Lu Ming landed and sat cross-legged on a huge rock. With a wave of his hand, a large pile of raw gemstones appeared. He devoured them and began to refine them. After the battle just now, his primeval essence was severely depleted and he needed to recover. Long Chen did the same. He took out a pile of raw gemstones and began to recover. Half an hour later, their true yuan recovered to its peak. Ooh! The cold wind howled, the only sound in this silent land. The blood-colored mist seemed to have become thicker. Lu Ming, we have to leave this place as soon as possible. I feel that this place is very strange. It's very dangerous if we stay here for too long. Dandan's eyes rolled as she said. Lu Ming nodded. His glabella glowed and Xianxia's figure appeared. Where is this place? Xianxia's eyes swept across the room and he was slightly stunned. Little Qing, this is the core of the Divine Ruins. Lu Ming briefly explained the matter in a few sentences. Then, they chose the direction they came from and walked in that direction. However, after walking for a while, they realized that they couldn't get out at all. It was as if they didn't come from this direction at all. Is it really a great formation? Lu Ming frowned. No, it's more advanced than a large array. There's an unknown force that has changed the energy of the field, making it impossible to tell the direction in this place. Right now, we may look like we're going out, but there's a possibility that we're going in. Dandan frowned and analyzed. Dandan, you can't see the flaws and find the way out. Lu Ming asked. If I was at my peak, this would be nothing. But now, I can only try my best. Dandan smiled awkwardly. Buzz. At this moment, a huge blue stone not far away from Lu Ming suddenly emitted a bright light. The endless runes glowed and formed chains that were filled with flames. Within the light was Long Chen. The moment he stepped onto the blue stone immediately burst out with chains of flames. Chapter 12-13. 12-13 Chapter 1213 Danger. There was actually a formation hidden in this green rock. Due to his carelessness, he had not discovered it. Whoosh! The flaming chains wrapped around Long Chen. Break! Long Chen roared and threw out his fists. Boom! Boom! The two punches were so powerful that they pierced through the space, but the flame chains were very strong. Long Chen's punches only shook the flame chains, but they didn't break. Ooh! Then the green stone glowed, and more flame chains spread out. Long Chen shouted angrily. His entire body glowed, and his arm became thick. A layer of scales appeared on his arm as he punched out. Buzz! One of the flaming chains was finally broken. But what followed were even more chains, and 2 of them were already wrapped around Long Chen's body. The chains wrapped around Long Chen's body, making a sizzling sound. Green smoke was even coming out of Long Chen's body. This flame chain was extremely terrifying. It actually ignored Long Chen's protective True Yuan and directly acted on his body. A layer of scale armor appeared on Long Chen's skin, exactly the same as the one on the Archean dragonesque elephant. The chains were working on the scales, causing them to creak. From the looks of it, they wouldn't be able to last much longer. Break! Long Chen's muscles bulged as he grabbed the 2 chains and struggled with all his might. He finally broke the 2 chains, but more chains appeared around him and enveloped him. These flame chains are so terrifying. They can cut objects in half. I don't think Long Chen can hold on for long. Xianxia said with a serious expression. Lu Ming's eyes were fixed on the blue stone and the runes. He was looking for a way to break it. Ooh! As time passed, the light on the blue stone grew brighter and brighter. More and more flame chains appeared, and Long Chen was getting more and more exhausted. There were already a few strangulation marks on his body, and he was almost cut in half by the flame chains. Long Chen, take 2 steps to the right and 3 steps back. He ordered. Suddenly, Lu Ming's voice was heard. Long Chen was slightly taken aback, but he did as he was told without hesitation. He took 2 steps to the right, then 3 steps back. A few chains brushed past Long Chen by a hair's breadth. 4 steps to the right, 2 steps forward, 5 steps to the left. Lu Ming's eyes were fixed on the blue stone as he continued to give instructions. Now, Ming Lian's second body had already obtained the inheritance of the profound Sky Saint in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. After cultivating hard in the secret realm of the Saint Mansion, his progress in the Tao of Ming Lian was at a terrifying speed. Lu Ming's main body and his clone were connected in their minds. As his Tao of inscription of the clone improved, Lu Ming's eyesight had naturally improved greatly as well. Although he did not have mental energy fire and could not inscribe inscriptions, he could still see the flaws in the array. Following Lu Ming's instructions, Long Chen dodged to the right, then to the left, then to the back, then to the front. He dodged all the chains and slowly left the range of the blue stone. Dandan, I need your help. Lu Ming said to Dandan when he saw Long Chen coming to the edge of the blue stone. Don't worry, just watch me. Dandan flew out and waved its claws. Inscriptions appeared and formed a large array, then it rushed into the blue stone. Long Chen is out. Lu Ming shouted. Without hesitation, Long Chen charged out. The formation he had formed glowed, temporarily imprisoning the flaming chains. However, in the next moment, they collapsed one by one. In this short moment, Long Chen managed to rush out of the blue stone and let out a long breath. Brother Lu, thank you for your help. Long Chen cupped his fists at Lu Ming. You're welcome, it's nothing much. Lu Ming smiled faintly. I, Long Chen, clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. You saved my life this time, and I will remember it in my heart. Long Chen said solemnly. Lu Ming smiled and did not say much. Be careful in this place. It looks broken, but there are some parts of the array that are still powerful even after so many years. Dandan reminded. Dandan, do you know how to get out? Lu Ming asked. I can only try my best. Follow me and don't walk around. Dandan flew out and circled around, carefully sizing up the surroundings. This way. After a while, Dandan pointed in a direction. This way? Isn't this side heading towards the core of the divine ruins? Lu Ming was puzzled. Xianxia and Long Chen also looked at Dandan in confusion. What are you looking at? If you don't believe me, then you can look for him yourself. Dandan pouted and ran away. Lu Ming was speechless. He could only trust this fellow. The 3 of them followed Dandan and moved forward carefully. Dandan and Lu Ming observed carefully. Along the way, They avoided many broken formations and moved forward. There's a divine ruins ancient mine. Xianxia's eyes lit up as he looked into the distance. There were a few ancient mines in the divine ruins that were exposed to the outside. The divine ruins core had never been excavated before by anyone in the past. It was absolutely a huge treasure trove. There's no formation there, you can collect it. Lu Ming circulated his vital essence and collected the few divine ruins, ancient mines. You all have to remember, some remnant arrays are very powerful. Once you enter, even the emperor will die. Even if you see the divine ruins, ancient mine, don't take it. Don't be blinded by greed. Dandan had a mature look as she earnestly warned everyone. But the next moment, Dandan's eyes lit up as she stared to the right and shouted, "A level 9 spiritual herb." Then, he ran over, grabbed a sparkling and resplendent spirit herb, and stuffed it into his mouth. Buzz! In that place, runes glowed and formed terrifying beams of light that shot towards Dandan. She was in a state of panic, jumping up and down. In the end, she managed to escape with her powerful defense and profound Tao of inscription. Lu Ming and the rest were speechless. This guy had just warned them. In the end, when he saw the spiritual medicine, he immediately rushed over. However, they were also secretly shocked. The spiritual herb that Dan had just obtained was indeed extremely shocking. It was a level 9 spiritual herb. This area was truly a treasure trove. The party advanced carefully. Along the way, they indeed encountered quite a number of treasures, mainly divine ruins, ancient mines, and spirit medicines. Most of the spirit herbs went into Dandan's mouth, while the ancient mine of the divine ruins was divided equally among Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Longchen. Of course, in some dangerous places, even if they saw spirit medicines and divine ruins ancient mines, the few of them did not collect them and directly gave up. This is a 9-leaf zoysia. Not long after, they saw a spiritual herb with 9 leaves. It was sparkling and translucent, and the medicinal fragrance assailed their nostrils. It was actually a 9-leaf Ganoderma, one of the main ingredients for refining the Nirvana pill. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He did not expect to encounter a 9-leaf zoysia here. However, the place where the 9-leafed mushroom grew had a broken array. In the end, Lu Ming and Dandan worked together and spent a lot of effort before they successfully harvested the 9-leafed mushroom. For this, Dandan spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and cried out that she had made a loss. Lu Ming kept the 9-leaf clover and was in a good mood. The space around them seemed to have turned into a physical substance. Their bodies were suppressed by the space and they could not move at all. It was as if they were fixed in place. Lu Ming used all his strength, but it was of no help. He could not even use his blood meridian. Too powerful, this headless true dragon rider was too powerful, its battle strength was terrifying. Dandan, you bastard, you've really screwed me up this time. Lu Ming shouted. I don't know. Chapter 12:15. 12:15 Hunyuan Sect. Strange, it was too strange. It was obvious that the headless true dragon knight recognized the primordial chaos token. Also, Hunyuan Sect? What was it? A sect? Could he be the mastermind behind the Battle of Providence? At this moment, Lu Ming thought of many things, but he also had many more questions. However, one thing was for sure. The headless true dragon riders seemed to be on the same side as the so-called Hunyuan sect. At least, they were not enemies. That was why he let them go. This is an unparalleled expert. His battle soul did not dissipate after his death and transformed into a headless true dragon rider to guard this territory. And Hunyuan sect? Dandan slowly opened her mouth, as if she was trying to recall something, her brows furrowed. Suddenly, Dandan raised her eyebrows and her eyes lit up. Dandan, what did you remember? Lu Ming asked. Hunyuan sect, the number 1 sect in the world, the most powerful force. Dandan said. The number 1 sect in the world? You mean the primordial realm? Lu Ming asked. This world is very big, and it's not just the primordial realm. Dandan said. You mean heaven realm? Lu Ming's heart stirred. He was very shocked. Of course, the conversation between the two of them was done through voice transmission, so no one else could hear it. Xianxia didn't think much of it. He wasn't familiar with Longchen yet, and there were some things he didn't want Longchen to know. That's right. Hunyuan sect was the #1 sect in the world. Unfortunately, it was destroyed back then. This place is most likely related to Hunyuan sect. Therefore, you have the Hunyuan token, so the headless true dragon knight won't kill you. Dandan said. Dandan, what happened in the heaven realm? Lu Ming stared at Dandan and asked. Lu Ming was very curious. He realized that many things in the primordial realm were related to the heaven realm. According to legend, in ancient times, a corpse fell from the sky and formed the 100 deities slope in Tianxian region. There was also the ancient barren city, which was also an item of the heaven realm. In the end, it even broke through the void and arrived on a small island in the heaven realm. There was also the heaven gate, which was connected to the heaven realm. Now, the Battle of Providence was also suspected to be controlled by the heaven realm primordial chaos sect. And the divine ruins of today. The primordial realms seem to be inextricably linked to the heaven realm. Dandan would often mutter that the battle that year. What did that battle mean? Since Hunyuan sect was the #1 sect in the world, why was it destroyed? Was it because of the three-eyed god race? I can't tell you. First of all, I'm also a blur and can't remember clearly. Second, your cultivation is too weak. It won't do you any good to tell you. Some things will naturally be known when your cultivation reaches a certain realm. Dandan said in a deep voice, a rare seriousness in her tone. Lu Ming pursed his lips. However, he could not be bothered to ask since she did not want to say. Indeed, that matter was too far away from him. His current goal was to improve his cultivation and deal with D. Lu Ming, are we going in? Xianxia asked as he looked at the palace in front of him. Let's go in. Since the headless true dragon rider isn't hostile to us, let's go in and have a look. Lu Ming said. Longchen nodded without hesitation. Indeed, there might be some opportunities inside. If I encounter any treasures, I'll be rich. Dandan's eyes lit up again. Immediately, the 3 people and 1 turtle walked toward the palace gate. As he walked through the door, his field of vision also widened, and he could vaguely see the scene of the hall. The main hall was very spacious. In the middle was a huge passageway. On both sides of the passageway were stone rooms. The few of them checked a few stone rooms but found nothing. What? Suddenly, Longchen's expression changed. He seemed to have sensed something. He strode forward and came to a sealed stone room. At this point, Longchen's body glowed, and the Archean dragonesque elephant bloodline appeared on his head. Oh! The Archean dragonesque elephant bloodline howled and rammed into the stone door of the stone chamber. Gotcha! Chapter 12:16. 12:16 Chapter 1216 Individual Opportunities. The black pearl was the size of a dragon's eye, but it contained a shocking demonic chi and a vast demonic power. Lu Ming felt as if he was facing a supreme being of the demonic path. The feeling was countless times stronger than when he was facing Xiao Wan. This is Saint Heart? No, it doesn't seem like it. Lu Ming was shocked. At first, he thought that it was a saint's heart left behind by a saint. Lu Ming had seen a saint's heart left behind by a mysterious sky saint before, but upon closer inspection, it did not look like it. Buzz! Buzz! The black bead buzzed, and then, as if it had a mind of its own, it shot into the sky. I knew it. As he spoke, inscriptions appeared all around him. A large formation was formed, forming countless dense silk ribbons that blocked the black bead like an inescapable net. The black bead didn't manage to charge out, so it immediately changed direction and charged, but it was still blocked by the formation. The black bead dashed left and right, and the demonic chi was monstrous. Unfortunately, it didn't rush out. Dandan was prepared and set up the formation just in case. Naturally, it was not that simple. At this moment, the demonic qi around Xianxia's body became even more intense. Her bloodline was glowing as if it was resonating with the black pearl. Buzz! In the end, the black bead seemed to have no choice but to turn around and fly directly towards Xianxia. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed and he wanted to stop her. Lu Ming, you're being too concerned. This is a great opportunity for this girl. Dandan shouted. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he stopped. He knew that his concern had made him confused. Buzz! The black bead flew into Xianxia's forehead and disappeared. Lu Ming, I want to cultivate here for a while, he said. Xianxia said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Then, Xianxia sat down cross-legged and a layer of demonic light enveloped him like a cocoon formed from demonic qi. Dandan, could that be the saint's heart left behind by a saint? Lu Ming asked curiously. It's not the saint heart. Dandan shook her head, her small eyes shining, and said, that's the core left behind by someone who's even more powerful than a saint, and it's 100 times more precious than a saint's heart. That's why I said that this girl has obtained a great opportunity. Fortunately, the owner of this thing died in battle long ago, and after countless years, the killing intent and thoughts on it have long dissipated. There's not much energy left. Otherwise, we would all be dead, let alone this girl getting the inheritance. Even stronger than a sage. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Right now, even emperors were insurmountable mountains to him, while saints were countless times stronger than emperors. Furthermore, there were existences even stronger than saints. Lu Ming, let's move on. No one else can enter this place. Your little lover will be fine. I have a feeling that there's an opportunity waiting for us ahead. Dandan looked forward, her eyes shining. All right, then let's move forward and see. Lu Ming nodded. Then, the human and turtle continued on their way. In front of them was still a ruin, but the outline could still be seen. It should also be a palace, but it was broken and fell here, so it was already in a state of ruin. That's... Suddenly, Lu Ming saw a huge creature lying in front of him. It was the headless true dragon rider. The black headless true dragon lay on the ground, while the headless rider sat quietly on the true dragon's body. He held the dragon spear in his hand and remained motionless. Beside the headless true dragon knight, there was a piece of land with all sorts of weapons stuck upside down. However, they seemed to have been corroded and were in tatters. He could even see all kinds of battle armors, which, like the weapons, were rotten. Upon closer inspection, there were many skeletons under the weapons and armors. Could these be the burial grounds of the powerhouses who had died in battle? The headless true dragon riders were guarding this place. Lu Ming secretly guessed in his heart. That is 10,000 spirit crystals? I'm rich, I'm rich. Dandan's eyes suddenly lit up, and she ran forward madly, rushing into the land full of bones, and then dug out a colorful crystal the size of a human head from the center. This guy hugged the jingsher and actually began to gnaw on it. Ka-cha, he ate with great relish. During this process, the headless true dragon knight didn't move and didn't stop him. Lu Ming smiled and strode forward. When he entered the field of bones, his expression changed drastically. Kill, kill, kill. Countless roars filled with murderous intent suddenly exploded in Lu Ming's mind. It was an extremely powerful killing intent. It was the killing intent of those powerhouses who were unwilling to die. One by one, they were too powerful. If it was anyone else, they would have been instantly drowned by this endless killing intent and turned into an idiot. However, Lu Ming was different. The killing intent in his third bloodline was countless times stronger than the killing intent here. Lu Ming was often faced with such killing intent and had long learned how to resist it. He could keep his mind clear in the face of endless killing intent. What a strong killing intent, but it's useless against me. But Dandan is too unreliable. He didn't even warn me. If it were anyone else, they would be in danger. Lu Ming thought to himself. Dandan was still holding that piece of crystal and nibbling on it, her eyes narrowed, a very enjoyable expression on her face. Kill, kill. Kill. The killing intent was filled with an intense unwillingness and unyielding battle intent, as if it wanted to kill the world and kill the enemy. What is this? Lu Ming's expression changed and he closed his eyes. The next moment, the surrounding environment seemed to have changed. Lu Ming came to a vast land with countless light pillars soaring into the sky. The light pillars were the auras of the essence realm of heaven and earth. No, in essence, they were countless times stronger than the essence realm of heaven and earth. This is left behind by those experts? It's about intent, or is it an understanding that's even stronger than intent? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he was overjoyed. This was because Lu Ming could sense auras similar to the fire concept, thunder concept, and so on in the light pillars. He could find all 5 concepts that he had comprehended. If I can comprehend here, I can quickly increase my domain of heaven and earth. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This was a great opportunity for him. Immediately, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and began to comprehend quietly. Dandan, on the other hand, quickly finished eating the 10,000 spirit crystal and lay there, motionless, her whole body glowing. Fire concept. Lu Ming first comprehended the concept of fire. Currently, his fire and thunder concepts were the strongest and had already reached the peak of level 4 upper tier. He was only one step away from completing level 4. At that moment, Lu Ming's fire concept was rapidly improving. Just like that, time passed day by day. 7 days later, Lu Ming broke through his fire concept in one fell swoop, making him the first to reach the full circle of level 4. The full completion of level 4 intent realm was already the highest level. The next step would be the domain realm. Boom! On Lu Ming's body, there was a layer of flames jumping and burning through the space. Grand completion of level 4, so strong. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with joy. Chapter 12:17. 12:17 consecutive breakthroughs, White Spirit Mouse. The completion of level 4 meant that one's comprehension of intent had reached the peak. Once one's control of the intent of heaven and earth reached the completion, the power of the intent would increase by a huge margin. Within 7 days, I've managed to improve my fire concept from level 4 upper tier to level 4 complete tier. This place is a great opportunity for me, Lu Ming thought to himself. Although it was only a step away from the peak of level 4 upper tier to the perfected level 4, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Many geniuses would need at least half a year, or even a few years, to break through. Some people might not even be able to break through in their entire lives. Given Lu Ming's cultivation speed, he would need at least half a year to break through if he did not encounter any opportunities. However, he had broken through in 7 days. Next, thunder concept. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he began to comprehend the concept of thunder. Similarly, in 7 days, Lu Ming's thunder concept had broken through to the full circle of level 4. Chi-la! Lu Ming waved his hand and the sky was filled with lightning. Bolts of lightning circled around Lu Ming. What? Suddenly, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. Just as his thunder mentality broke through to the complete stage of level 4, the thunder cauldron in his spiritual ocean, which had been silent for a few years, suddenly moved and vibrated slightly. At that moment, Lu Ming felt that he had established a connection with the lightning cauldron. Lu Ming had obtained this lightning cauldron from the 100 Deities slope. When he first saw it, the lightning cauldron was undergoing a heavenly tribulation, so Lu Ming put it away. After that, Lu Ming had used it a few times. Although it would absorb Lu Ming's life essence, it helped Lu Ming to overcome difficulties a few times. Unfortunately, after being hit by D in the Battle of 9 Dragons, it flew back to Lu Ming's sea of consciousness and fell silent. No matter how Lu Ming tried to sense or call, he could not get in touch with it. Now that Lu Ming's thunder concept had broken through to the complete stage of level 4, he was in contact with the thunder cauldron again. Lu Ming immediately activated the thunder concept and sensed the lightning cauldron carefully. Buzz! The thunder cauldron shook even more violently. In the end, it flew out from between Lu Ming's brows and hovered above his head, exuding a supreme might of thunder. This pressure is so strong. Lu Ming sensed the lightning cauldron and his eyes were filled with shock. The pressure coming from the lightning cauldron was even stronger than the pressure of an emperor. Move! Lu Ming tried to control the lightning cauldron. He did not expect to be able to do it. The lightning cauldron flew up and down according to Lu Ming's thoughts. It was many times stronger than before. In the past, he could only activate the lightning cauldron when he was in a desperate situation. The lightning would absorb his true essence and also his life essence. Only then could he launch an attack. He couldn't control it as freely as he could now. However, I still feel that this lightning cauldron is unfathomable. I don't know how much power I can unleash. However, even if I can unleash a little bit of power, it will be of great help to me. Let's find an opportunity to try it out. Lu Ming smiled and kept the lightning cauldron back into his consciousness. Then, Lu Ming continued to comprehend the other concepts. Time passed day by day. Lu Ming's essence realm of heaven and earth was improving rapidly. Chirping. One day, Lu Ming was cultivating when he suddenly heard a sound not far away from him. Lu Ming was shocked and quickly opened his eyes. There were other living creatures here. If they were to harm them, the consequences would be unimaginable. He opened his eyes and saw a ball of white hair wriggling not far away. No, on closer look, it was actually a creature that looked very similar to a squirrel. It was chubby, round, and very meaty. Moreover, its entire body was covered in white hair. Each strand of white hair was sparkling and translucent, without the slightest impurity. Coupled with its chubby body, it was very cute. Chapter 12:18. 12:18 Space-Time Spirit Mouse. As for the white spirit mouse, it had run away without a trace. When the white spirit mouse was far away, the bubble on his body burst. Is this the time-intent realm? This time, Lu Ming's heart was really in turmoil. His eyes were full of disbelief. The bubble earlier had slowed down Lu Ming's speed. There was no other reason other than the fact that the flow of time in the bubble had slowed down. Hence, Lu Ming's speed had slowed down. That was clearly the time concept. With thousands of intent realms, time and space were the kings. The time and space concepts were the kings of all other concepts. But in fact, time concept was stronger, more mysterious, and rarer than space. That was the concept of the legends, and almost no one could comprehend it. But now, a white spiritual mouse had actually mastered the time concept. The most shocking thing was that this white spiritual mouse had not only mastered the concept of time, but also the concept of space. To control time and space at the same time was unheard of. It was too shocking and terrifying. Lu Ming stood there in a daze and only came to his senses after a long time. This spiritual mouse's origin is absolutely shocking. However, it doesn't seem to have any ill intentions towards me. It's just curious and as timid as a mouse. No, it's a mouse. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. After a moment, he continued to sit cross-legged. As expected, not long after, the white spirit mouse came again. It was not far from Lu Ming, blinking its big eyes and sizing him up curiously. This time, Lu Ming ignored him. He closed his eyes and pretended to cultivate. The white spirit mouse wandered around Lu Ming and sized him up. After half an hour, it ran away. Lu Ming smiled and continued to comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth. The next day, the white spirit mouse came again, still sizing Lu Ming up. Lu Ming ignored him and focused on his cultivation. This time, the white spirit mouse seemed to be more courageous and moved closer to Lu Ming. After half an hour, it left again. But the next day, the white spirit rat came again. Lu Ming could not be bothered and focused on his cultivation. On the other hand, the white spirit mouse would come every day and size Lu Ming up carefully. It became more and more daring and slowly approached Lu Ming. 7 days later, it simply climbed onto Lu Ming's shoulder. After a few days, it decided not to leave. It curled up at Lu Ming's feet and actually fell asleep. A bubble appeared on its nose. As the white spirit mouse breathed, it grew bigger and smaller. It was unusually cute. Lu Ming opened his eyes and could not help but reach out to touch it. The white spirit mouse was suddenly jolted awake. It instinctively wanted to escape, but it immediately realized that Lu Ming only stroked it gently. Then, it looked comfortable and continued to lie down. Chirping. After a while, the white spirit mouse actually fell asleep again, and it was even making chirping sounds. Lu Ming smiled faintly. What a cute little guy. In the days that followed, Lu Ming cultivated every day. The white spirit mouse seemed to be attached to him and stayed by Lu Ming's side. Is this a space-time spirit mouse? Suddenly, a shocked voice was heard. Lu Ming opened his eyes and saw Dandan looking at the white spirit mouse in shock. Space-time spirit mouse? Dandan, you know her? Lu Ming asked. Dandan carefully sized up the white spirit mouse, her eyes revealing a complicated look, as if she was reminiscing, but also a little sad. Of course I do. The space-time spirit rat is one of the top 10 war beasts. How can I not know it? Dandan said slowly. One of the top 10 battle beasts. Lu Ming was shocked. The space-time spirit mouse can control time and space. It's so terrifying. Even I would have a headache when I was at my peak. Boy, you're really lucky. It seems that this space-time spirit mouse is counting on you. Dandan said, her tone full of envy. Didn't they say that the top 10 war beasts are unique in the world? Could this be the one from ancient times? Lu Ming asked curiously. He had already determined that this was a real space-time spirit mouse. Lu Ming had seen it use the space-time wheel with his own eyes. I don't think so. The space-time spirit mouse died in battle. If I'm not wrong, this one is the descendant of that one. I don't know what method it used to seal it until now. This space-time spirit mouse should have been born not long ago. I know. This is the Time and Space Spirit Hall. The Time and Space Spirit Hall was once an important place in the Hunyuan sect, the residence of the Time and Space Spirit Rat. Moreover, the Archean Dragonesque Elephant and the Time and Space Spirit Rat were good friends, so there was a statue of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant here. Unfortunately, this place has been destroyed. Dandan kept muttering and revealed many secrets. Dandan, you look like you've recovered a lot. Lu Ming said. Of course. I refined the 10,000 spirit crystal. The 10,000 spirit crystal is the essence of countless masters. Now that my cultivation has improved greatly, I can protect you in the future. Dandan said proudly. Oh, can you deal with an emperor? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Cough cough. I haven't fully digested the 10,000 spirit crystals yet. I can't deal with the emperor for the time being. Dandan said a little awkwardly. If you can't deal with an emperor, what are you so proud of? Lu Ming was full of disdain. Kid, Dandan glared at Lu Ming. If we can't deal with emperors, what about supreme martial artists? Lu Ming asked. It can barely deal with a supreme being, right? Dandan said with a lack of confidence. Lu Ming pursed his lips. This guy was most likely unreliable and did not have any confidence in his words. Boy, what's with your expression? I haven't digested the 10,000 spirit crystals yet. Once I've digested them, I can kill a supreme being with a single slap. Dandan shouted. Is that so? Lu Ming's disbelief made Dandan very depressed. She stayed at the side alone and continued to refine. Xiao Qing and Long Chen haven't finished their cultivation yet. I'll continue to comprehend the intent realm. Lu Ming pondered and then continued to comprehend the concept of heaven and earth. Time passed day by day. In a blink of an eye, there were still 3 days left before the day they set off for the ancient divine ruined city. At this moment, Lu Ming had ended his cultivation. They had to think of a way to get out. A few days ago, Xianxia and Long Chen had finished their cultivation and arrived at this place. In the beginning, Long Chen and Xianxia also wanted to enter the land of bones, but they both retreated in shock. It was difficult for them to resist the killing intent, so they could only give up. Who? Lu Ming stood up and took a step out of the land of bones. During this period of time, each of them had great gains. Cultivating under the Archean Dragonesque Elephant, Long Chen seemed to have comprehended a terrifying combat technique. Moreover, his cultivation also broke through in one fell swoop, from the peak of the 5th-level spiritual god realm to the 6th-level spiritual god realm, and even to the peak of the 6th-level spiritual god realm. Xianxia's cultivation improved the most. She was originally at the peak of the 4th-level spiritual god realm, but now, she had stepped into the 6th-level spiritual god realm. Yes, the 6th level of the spiritual god realm, and he had already reached the middle stage of the 6th level of the spiritual god realm. Xianxia had obtained the inheritance of a terrifying demonic existence. In the future, her cultivation would soar to the dream realm. Chapter 1219. 1219 Chapter 1219 Returning to South God Palace. Of course, Lu Ming's gains were also very shocking. His intent realms of heaven and earth, including the fire, thunder and wind intent realms, had all broken through to the completion of level 4. In addition, the water concept was at the peak of level 4 upper tier, and the earth concept, which was the most difficult to cultivate, was also at the peak of level 4 upper tier. It could be said that the 5 intents could all be described as advancing by leaps and bounds. If he were to cultivate normally, he would need at least a few years, but now he only needed a little more than a month. If not for the lack of time, Lu Ming really wanted to upgrade all 5 concepts to the full circle of level 4. Although Lu Ming's current cultivation was still at the 5th level of the spiritual god realm, his various intents had already far surpassed his cultivation. Lu Ming only needed to spend some time devouring and refining the rough stone, and his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. To Lu Ming, the most important thing was to improve his intent realm. As long as he had a rough stone, his cultivation level would increase rapidly. Of course, Lu Ming's greatest opportunity was to get the space-time spirit rat. Now, the space-time spirit rat was hanging on to Lu Ming all day. What an adorable spirit mouse! Xianxia's eyes lit up when he saw the space-time spirit mouse. He really wanted to hug it. However, the space-time spirit mouse seemed to be shy with strangers. It clung onto Lu Ming and refused to let Xianxia hug it. This made Xianxia pout. "Ha, this little guy." Lu Ming laughed out loud, causing Xianxia's little mouth to pout even more. "Dandan, can you find the way out?" Lu Ming asked Dandan. "Cough, cough, I can try." Dandan coughed dryly again and flew onto Lu Ming's shoulder. This fellow, dry coughed again. Lu Ming had a bad premonition. This guy coughed dryly. He was not confident. Bang! At this moment, the space-time spirit mouse kicked Dandan's face and sent her flying off Lu Ming's shoulder. Then, it curled up its body and nestled on Lu Ming's shoulder, looking at Dandan with its big eyes. It was as if he was saying that this territory was his. "Nest, little guy, you dare to kick this lord, how dare you, impudent?" Dandan was furious. Chirping. The space-time spirit mouse looked at Dandan innocently and made chirping sounds. Lu Ming and Xianxia laughed out loud. Even Long Chen, who usually did not smile, smiled. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he thought of something. He touched the space-time spirit mouse and said, "Little fellow, are you willing to leave this place with me?" Chirping. The space-time spirit mouse's nose blistered, and it nodded its head. "Then do you know the way out? Can you take us out?" Lu Ming continued to ask. Chirping. The space-time spirit rat nodded again. "All right, bring us out then." Lu Ming was overjoyed. Chirping. The space-time spirit mouse stretched out its little paw and pointed in a direction. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The few of them followed the direction that the space-time spirit mouse pointed and moved forward. The headless true dragon rider didn't move at all. Soon they were out of the palace. The space-time spirit rat would give them directions from time to time, so they followed it. Just like that, they walked for half a day. After half a day, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. They discovered that they had already left the core region and arrived at the Divine Ruins, inner region. They had really walked out of the core region of the Divine Ruins. "Little guy, you're amazing." Lu Ming touched the space-time spirit mouse. Chirping. The space-time spirit mouse squinted its eyes and curled up its chubby body. It looked very comfortable, and the bubble on its nose was fluctuating. It's so cute. Xianxia's eyes were already full of light. He stared at the space-time spirit mouse and wanted to rush up and hug it. Lu Ming, this little spirit mouse is much more reliable than your little turtle. Xianxia said. What? Little girl, what did you say? How can this little guy be compared to me? You. Dandan was so angry that she was trembling. She grabbed Lu Ming's other shoulder and glared at Xianxia. At the same time, she paid close attention to the space-time spirit mouse, afraid that it would kick her down again. Isn't it? Xianxia pouted and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, did you give it a name? In my opinion, why don't we call it Bubbles? It'll be so cute. Xianxia carefully approached and touched the space-time spirit mouse. Be good, Peoba, let me hug you. Xianxia said in a soft and gentle voice. This time, the space-time spirit mouse didn't refuse and let Xianxia approach. Xianxia stroked it a few times, then held the space-time spirit rat in his arms, looking happy. Bubbles, that's quite fitting. Lu Ming said with a smile. Everyone's attention was on Bubbles, which made Dandan extremely angry. Let's go back to the South God Palace. Mu Ju, the Mu family, will settle this debt sooner or later. There was a cold glint in Lu Ming's eyes. The Mu family could only secretly send people to deal with them. On the surface, they would never dare to do so. Otherwise, what would the young powerhouses of the other continents think if they knew? Therefore, they could just swagger back to the South God Palace. In less than an hour, they had returned to the South God Palace. The South God Palace was even more lively with people coming and going. The young geniuses from the 9 southern continents of the Divine Ruins continent had all arrived long ago. They had all ended their seclusion and were wandering on the streets. That was because there were still 2 more days before they had to set off for the ancient city of the Divine Ruins to participate in the selection of the Tiantian sect. Everyone had come out to take a walk and relax. The Mu family is holding a stone gambling event. Oh really? Let's go and take a look. Suddenly, someone shouted on the street, and many people immediately gathered in one direction. The stone gambling event. The few of them were stunned. Lu Ming pulled one of them aside and asked him. He then knew what was going on. The Divine Ruins continent's greatest feature was the Divine Ruins, which were the Divine Ruins' ancient mines. In the Divine Ruins' ancient mine, being able to cut out a peerless treasure made many people very tempted. However, not all Divine Ruins' ancient mines could cut out treasures. The probability was very low. And the major forces of the South God Palace would take out many Divine Ruins, ancient mines every once in a while for people to choose at will. Of course, they had to pay raw gemstones. The Mu family. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile as he, Xianxia, and Long Chen followed the crowd. Not long after, the group arrived at a large square. At this time, the square was already surrounded by a sea of people. On the square, there were many shilavirs. On the shilavirs, there were pieces of glistening yellow Divine Ruins ancient mines. At a rough glance, there were thousands of pieces. A few thousand seemed like a lot, but it was nothing to a big force. How many people were there in a major force? There were people wandering around the Divine Ruins every day. After some years of accumulation, having several thousand Divine Ruins ancient mines was normal. On one side of the shelf, there was a high platform where some experts of the Mu family were sitting. Mu Ju was sitting in the middle. To be honest, he had been in a bad mood recently. Because of Lu Ming and Long Chen, the Mu family had lost many masters. Some time ago, he was even punished by his father to face the wall. He was only released a few days ago to host the Mu family's stone gambling event today. Unfortunately, none of the dozens of people present found any treasures. What bad luck. I've wasted 100,000 raw stones. Damn it, if others can pick it, how can I not? Damn it again. Some people were ruthless and picked a few pieces in a row, but they found nothing. That burly man is most likely a drag. Lu Ming and the rest were mixed in the crowd. At this moment, Lu Ming smiled faintly. Xianxia and Long Chen both nodded. It was highly possible that the few burly men at the beginning were cooperating with the Mu family to put on a show to stimulate others to go up and choose. In just a few moments, he had sold dozens of old mines and earned millions of raw stones. It was a free profit. Slowly, the number of people going up decreased, but there were still people who went up to try their luck. In the end, they found nothing. Dandan, you can sense the treasures in these ancient mines. Are there really treasures in these thousands of ancient mines? Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Dandan. Yes, but only a few. There are good things in them. Do you want them? I can choose them one by one. Dandan said. Of course I want it. If there's a treasure, I'd be a fool not to take it. Moreover, it's the Mu family's. Lu Ming smiled and stepped into the square. Mu Jue was sitting on the chair lazily. His mind was full of thoughts. He was thinking about how he could show off his power in the selection of the disciples of the Tianxian sect. How he could be chosen by the Tianxian sect and enter the Yuanshan sect to cultivate. From then on, he would soar to the 9 heavens, break through the martial emperor realm, and even become a saint. He would be able to look down at the mountains and rivers. Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly saw a familiar figure walking into the square. Mu Jue's pupils suddenly widened. His whole body trembled and he jumped up from the chair. Lu. Still alive? How is that possible? Mu Jue shouted in disbelief. He was truly in disbelief. Didn't Lu Ming enter the core of the divine ruins? Moreover, it had been more than half a month. Even an emperor would have died after entering the core of the divine ruins for such a long time and would not be able to come out. Now, Lu Ming actually appeared in front of him with a swagger. How could he not be shocked? Then, he looked around and found Xianxia and Long Chen in the crowd. This shocked him even more. What's wrong? Young Master Mu, what's so strange about me being alive? Lu Ming asked with a cold smile. Nothing much. After a long time, Mu Ju finally calmed down. His face was extremely gloomy. Damn it, why are these guys still alive? Damn it, I must find an opportunity to kill them, or else I won't be able to dispel the hatred in my heart. Mu Jue thought to himself, his killing intent was extremely strong. I'm here to gamble a few rounds. Young Master Mu, you won't not welcome me, right? Lu Ming asked with a faint smile. The Mu family is open to business. Anyone who wants to come and gamble on stones is welcome. You can choose whatever you want. Mu Ju said. Then, he sat back on his chair with a gloomy face. He was plotting something in his heart. Lu Ming smiled and casually strolled around the many ancient mines in the divine ruins. After a while, he pointed to an ancient mine at random and said, "This one." Lu Ming picked up the divine ruins, ancient mine and paid 100,000 raw stones. Let's cut it open and see. Someone shouted. All right, then I'll cut it open and take a look. Lu Ming smiled. His vital essence was like a knife, cutting the divine ruins, ancient mine into 2 holoviers. Immediately, a golden yellow light spread out from the divine ruins, ancient mine. A treasure has appeared, another treasure has appeared. Someone exclaimed. Mu Jue also stood up from his chair suddenly. His eyes were wide open. Lu Ming had actually chosen an ancient mine of the divine ruins with treasures. Many people opened their eyes wide, wanting to see what kind of treasure it was. It's an Earth Emperor Goblin. It's an Earth Emperor Goblin. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 1221. 1221 Half-Saint Medicine. It was a block-like object that looked like a tree root. It was completely golden, just like gold, but it gave off a strong medicinal fragrance. The Earth Emperor's essence was one of the main spiritual materials to refine the Nirvana elixir. Lu Ming had never expected that he would find it in an ancient mine in the divine ruins. How could Lu Ming not be happy? After obtaining this piece of Earth Emperor's essence, he was only missing one of the 7 main ingredients to refine the Nirvana elixir. As long as he gathered all 7 main ingredients, the other supplementary ingredients would be easy to find. At that time, he would be able to start refining the Nirvana pill. That's an Earth Emperor Goblin. It's really a piece of Emperor Earth essence. We've made a huge profit. A piece of Emperor Earth essence is worth tens of millions of raw stones. My luck is too good. It's only the first piece, and I've already found a treasure. The people around the square also recognized the Earth Emperor Goblin, and they all exclaimed in admiration. Damn it, this Lu Ming. How can he be so lucky? He actually got a treasure. Mujue's face was gloomy and his eyes were cold. He was very clear in his heart that every piece of these divine ruins, ancient mines, had been carefully sensed by the Mu family's experts before they took it out after examining it. As long as there was a possibility of obtaining a treasure from the divine ruins ancient mine, the Mu family would keep it. There might be fish that slipped through the net among the thousands of divine ruins ancient mines here, and there might be treasures contained within, but there were very few. There might not even be a few of them even if the thousands of them were added up. However, Lu Ming managed to cut out a piece of it at once. Moreover, it was worth tens of millions of raw stones. Mujue felt a little heartache. He had only earned a few million raw stones by selling dozens of useless divine ruins ancient mines just now. Lu Ming took out a jade box in joy and put the Earth Emperor essence away carefully. Then, his eyes lit up and he scanned the other ancient mines in the divine ruins. He laughed at the same time. Haha, I'm so lucky today. It seems like I have to choose another one. After saying that, he began to wander around the pile of old mines. If you're just lucky, choose. I don't believe you can still choose. Mujue thought. Lu Ming wandered around for a while and randomly picked up an old mine. This is it. After grabbing it, he walked to the Mu family and paid 100,000 raw stones. Let's cut it open and see. Someone jeered. Many people were very curious about Lu Ming's ability to obtain a treasure on the first piece. They wanted to know if he would be able to obtain a treasure on the second piece. All right. Lu Ming smiled. He condensed his essential core and started to cut. It's impossible to get another treasure this time. The first piece just now was just luck. In stone gambling, very few people can get it right twice in a row. Someone said. But the next moment, his mouth was wide open and he was dumbfounded. That was because the old mine in Lu Ming's hand was emitting a ray of crimson light that was extremely dazzling. Many people were stunned, and then there was a burst of noise. Treasure, another treasure has appeared. He actually managed to obtain 2 treasures in a row. This is really rare. This person's luck is too heaven-defying. A drop of blood essence. What a strong power of blood essence. It's actually a drop of blood essence. Lu Ming himself was a little stunned. He carefully cut open the ancient mine. A drop of sparkling and resplendent blood essence that was like a blood-colored gem appeared in Lu Ming's palm. It exuded an extremely rich power of blood essence. This was absolutely an extremely powerful existence. After death, under a lucky coincidence, the blood essence was sealed into the divine ruins, ancient mine, and was passed down from there, its value immeasurable. If this was used to refine pills and unleash the energy within the blood essence, it would definitely be of great help to a cultivator's cultivation. It's actually a drop of blood essence. Lu Ming's eyes also shone. He was currently lacking blood essence to improve his blood meridian. Lu Ming had a feeling that if he refined this drop of blood essence, his blood meridian would definitely improve greatly. Why would I? Mujue's eyes widened and he subconsciously crushed a purple jade teacup in his hand. Detestable! Mujue roared in his heart. This drop of blood essence was even more valuable than the Earth Emperor essence. He felt that he had made a huge loss. How good would it be if they could cut it out them slaviers? Now, it was chosen by someone else and it was Lu Ming. Mujue was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Lu Ming laughed out loud. He took out a jade bottle and kept the drop of blood essence. He muttered, luck, I'm really lucky today. Ha, let's continue. Lu Ming's gaze started to dart around the divine ruins, ancient mine again. Mu Ju and the rest of the Mu family could not help but feel their hearts skip a beat. They were a little nervous, worried that they would be selected by Lu Ming to the divine ruins, ancient mine that contained treasures again. Mu Ju wanted to stop Lu Ming from continuing to choose. However, they were doing business. Under the watchful eyes of the public, what reason did they have to stop Lu Ming from continuing to choose? He could only hope that Lu Ming was just lucky the first 2 times and that he would not be able to pick any more. This time, Lu Ming picked faster. After a few casual glances, he picked an old mine and paid 100,000 raw stones. Cut it open and see. Yes, yes, take a look. Many people shouted in excitement. Lu Ming had obtained treasures twice in a row. Would he obtain treasures 3 times in a row? Mu Ju and the other members of the Mu family were also staring at the scene with their eyes wide open. Impossible, it's impossible that there's still more. All of the divine ruins, ancient mines here don't have that many treasures either. Mu Jue kept praying in his heart. Gotcha! Lu Ming's essential core was like a knife and he began to cut. After a few consecutive cuts, the divine ruins, ancient mine cracked open. A faint brilliance was emitted, and along with the brilliance, there was also an extremely strong medicinal fragrance. The crowd was stunned. After a while, they burst into a loud noise. Another treasure appeared. Another treasure actually appeared. 3 times in a row. This was too shocking. Could it be that this time, the Mu family really found their conscience and took out so many high-quality divine ruins ancient mines? As Lu Ming continued to cut it open, the treasures in the divine ruins, ancient mine also revealed their true colors. It was a spiritual herb, purple in color like a lotus flower. An indescribable fluctuation was emitted from it, and the medicinal fragrance was extremely strong. This, could it be a saint herb? A white-haired old man exclaimed in disbelief. Sacred medicine? How is that possible? Heavens, that's impossible. The others followed suit and exclaimed in disbelief. What was a sacred medicine? It was a supreme treasure that had surpassed level 9 spirit herbs, and even saints could use it. Even emperors would go crazy and kill each other when they saw it. Many people's eyes shone with a fiery light as they stared at the purple lotus in Lu Ming's hand. That's not right. It's not a sacred medicine. It hasn't fully evil-levered. It's a half-sacred medicine. Furthermore, it's been sealed for many years. Most of its spiritual essence has been lost. What a pity! The white-haired old man carefully identified it, shook his head, and sighed. So it's not a sacred medicine. Some people let out a long breath, but many people's eyes were still shining. Even if it wasn't a saint herb, but a half-saint herb, and it had lost most of its spirituality, it was still a supreme treasure. Its value was immeasurable, and it was at least in the units of hundreds of millions of raw gemstones. Chapter 1222. 1222 The Divine Sun Stone. It's impossible. Mu Ju's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He stared at Lu Ming and the half-divine medicine in his hand. He wanted to swallow the half-divine medicine. The other members of the Mu family didn't look any better. His heart ached, his liver ached, and his lungs ached. This was originally the Mu family's treasure. However, it had now become someone else's. It had become Lu Ming's. Among these divine ruins, ancient mines that had been carefully selected, there was actually still such a treasure contained. If they had known earlier, they absolutely would not have taken it out to sell. Half-saint medicine. Dandan's eyes lit up as she stared at the half-divine medicine. Her eyes lit up and she began to drool. Give it to me, give it to me. Dandan kept mumbling. It would be a waste to give it to you now. Keep it first and plant it in the dark yellow obsidian soil later. When your vitality is restored, it will be of great value. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Dandan and then carefully put it away. Although this half-divine medicine had lost most of its spirituality, Lu Ming had a supreme treasure like the Xianhuang Ing Earth. He might be able to cultivate it again. An intact half-saint herb was worth much more. After all, it had the word saint in it. I want to try too. So many treasures, it's too shocking. The hearts of the others were burning with passion, and their eyes lit up. Dozens of people went up to choose the divine ruins, ancient mine in succession. Dozens of people carefully selected the stones. In the end, each of them chose one stone and paid 100,000 raw stones. However, Mu and the other members of the Mu family still didn't feel better. There were dozens of people, but the total amount was only a few million raw stones. It was incomparable to the treasure that Lu Ming had cut out. Lu Ming cut out 3 treasures, each one more precious than the last. They were worth at least tens of millions. Let's cut it open and see. A young woman hurriedly cut open the old mine she had chosen, but unfortunately, there was nothing inside. Following that, another person also cut open, but there was still nothing. In the end, none of the dozens of people had any treasures. It was empty. What's going on? We've chosen dozens of pieces but we can't cut them. That Lu Ming chose one piece for every piece. The difference is too great. Some people sighed. He can't be able to sense the situation inside the divine ruins, ancient mine, right? Otherwise, how can you choose one and get one? Someone guessed. Many people were shocked when they heard this. That's right. Lu Ming could choose it 3 times in a row. This was too shocking. If it had only been once, it might have been possible to hit the target twice. Although the probability was very small, it was too small to hit the target 3 times. It was highly possible that Lu Ming could sense the specific situation inside the divine ruins, ancient mine. Everyone's eyes were on Lu Ming. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a smile. His gaze swept across the divine ruins, ancient mine again. Lu Ming, that's enough. Suddenly, Mu opened his mouth and looked at Lu Ming with a cold face. Enough? Young Master Mu, what do you mean by this? Lu Ming said indifferently. You've already cut out 3 treasures today. It's time to stop, he said. Mu said coldly. Stop? Ha, what a joke. Is this how you do business? If you don't let me cut it when I've managed to get a few more treasures, then why don't you stop others from cutting it when they haven't? Don't tell me that you can only earn and not lose in business? If that's the case, then there's no need for others to do business with your Mu family in the future. Lu Ming sneered and mocked. Nonsense. Mu shouted angrily. Buzz. Bush. Lu Ming's quintessential essence was like a knife as he began to cut open the old mine. Gotcha! The ancient mine had cracked, but only a layer had cracked. There was still an ancient mine in the divine ruins inside. It's actually a double layer of ore. Someone said. Lu Ming was also a little curious. He continued to cut down and very soon, another layer was broken. However, there were still glistening yellow ores below. Another level. What's going on? There are actually 3 levels. Could it be that this is a useless mine and Lu Ming has finally failed? Looks like I've failed. It's impossible to get a treasure every time. While some people were discussing, Mu and the other members of the Mu family heaved a sigh of relief. Dandan, is there really a treasure inside? Lu Ming secretly sent a voice transmission to Dandan. Of course, what kind of existence am I? How could I have sensed it wrong? Dandan stretched out her long head, her face proud. Lu Ming nodded and continued to cut. However, after breaking through a layer of ore, there was another layer below. Lu Ming kept cutting and there were 7 layers of ores. Everyone was speechless. How could there be so many layers of ore? The other old mines all had 1 layer, and everything would be cut open. It was rare to see 2 layers, but now there were 7 layers. Now, it was only the size of an egg. It was basically impossible for there to be any treasures inside. However, Lu Ming's gaze was firm as he continued to slice. Gotcha! The ancient mine cracked open. This time, a red light seeped out from the crack. At the same time, a terrible heat seeped out from the crack, causing the temperature of the entire square to rise sharply. However, no one felt the heat. Everyone just looked at Lu Ming in a daze, at the egg-sized divine ruins ancient mine in his hand. Treasures appeared, and treasures appeared again. Treasures appeared 4 times in a row. Everyone felt numb. They could only instinctively think that another treasure had appeared this time. Damn it, how is this possible? Damn it. Mujue roared in his heart and his eyes were bloodshot. Gotcha! Lu Ming exerted a little force and the old mine cracked completely. A crimson stone the size of a longan fruit was revealed. A scarlet light filled the air, and a terrifying heat wave swept in all directions, causing the temperature around the square to rise by thousands of degrees. It's so hot, it's too hot. What kind of treasure is this? It's like a small sun. Many people circulated their true essence to resist the terrifying heat. Heavens, this can't be the divine sunstone, right? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Divine sunstone. Yes, this is the divine sunstone. Legend has it that divine stones can only be produced at the core of the sun. I've read about it in ancient books. Oh my God, it can't be. Is this really the divine sunstone? It's a supreme treasure. The scene was in an uproar. Countless burning eyes were fixed on the divine sunstone in front of Lu Ming. The majestic palm force sent the 2 Mu family powerhouses flying. What's wrong? You want to use force? Is this how your Mu family does business? In the future, I don't think anyone else will need to do business with your Mu family. Lu Ming said loudly. Many people looked at the Mu family unkindly. If the Mu family were to do business like this and snatch the treasure that someone else obtained, who would still do business with the Mu family in the future? Chapter 1224. 1224 9 Dragon Bloodline Perfection. Almsgivers, you must be careful of that man in white. At this moment, a Buddhist chant was heard and the figure of the unscrupulous monk appeared. Monk, do you know who he is? Lu Ming asked. That's right. Xianxia has been very close to this man. There are 3 strongest heaven's favorites in the younger generation of the South God Palace. This man is one of them, Wang Zhen. The monk said. This person is Wang Zhen. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The 3 strongest heaven's pride experts of the younger generation of the South God Palace were all extraordinary heaven's pride experts. Each and every one of them was incomparably terrifying, and their cultivation was unfathomable. Lu Ming had seen Ji Hongshan before. He was indeed extraordinary. He didn't expect Xianxia to be so close to Wang Zhen, one of the 3 great talents of the South God Palace. Many thanks. Lu Ming cupped his fists and returned to his room with Xianxia and Long Chen. Lu Ming entered the room and entered the mountain and river diagram. First, he planted the purple lotus, a half-saint herb, next to the ancient tree of enlightenment on the Xianhuang silicotic soil. Then, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the top of a mountain with a drop of blood essence in his hand. It was precisely the blood essence cut out from the divine ruins, ancient mine. Lu Ming planned to devour and refine this drop of blood essence to see if his 9-dragon bloodline could advance to divine level 9. Previously, Lu Ming had refined 4 supreme blood essences, but his 9-dragon bloodline had not advanced. This time, it was a hope. Without any hesitation, the 9-dragon bloodline swallowed the drop of blood essence. The drop of blood essence did not collapse immediately after being devoured by the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Instead, it turned into wisps of pure energy, which was constantly refined and transformed into the bloodline power of the 9 dragons. The energy of this drop of blood essence was extremely majestic and boundless. Lu Ming put all his effort into refining it. In the blink of an eye, almost 3 days had passed. The energy of this drop of blood essence was finally completely refined. On the bodies of the 9 dragons, the 8 golden chakra shone so brightly that people could not open their eyes. Suddenly buzz! Above the 8 dazzling golden chakras, the 9th golden chakra emerged. The 9th golden chakra was a divine level rank 9 bloodline. The bloodline of the 9 dragons had finally advanced to the 9th level of the divine level. Moreover, after the ninth golden chakra appeared, it was dark golden at first, but it immediately became bright and resplendent. The color became brighter and brighter, more and more resplendent, and finally, all 9 golden chakra were equally resplendent. The bloodline of the 9 dragons was finally complete. Roar! At this moment, an earth-shattering dragon's roar rang out in Lu Ming's mind. At the same time, Lu Ming seemed to see an enormous 9 dragon with 9 dragon claws under its belly soaring and dancing. The 9 dragons stepped in the air with shocking power. Boom! Lu Ming's mind was buzzing and exploding. At this moment, many things seemed to have appeared in his mind. What is this? Lu Ming carefully sensed and comprehended it. He realized that it was a memory about the 9 dragons. Unfortunately, it was only a few fragmented memories. True War Dragon Technique Foundation Establishment Chapter. Lu Ming found the True War Dragon Techniques Foundation Establishment Chapter in the 9 Dragons Memory Fragments. It's only the Foundation Chapter. What a pity! Lu Ming let out a long sigh. There should be more chapters to the True War Dragon Technique. Mu Ju was overjoyed. At the same time, on the other flying leopard, there were also some young men who were looking at Lu Ming coldly. Lu Ming even recognized a few of them. They were the few geniuses who had fought to a draw with the continent that Lu Ming had defeated in the Divine Ruins. You guys were defeated by that person? A young Heaven's Pride expert who fought to a draw with the continent asked indifferently. Yes, this person's combat strength is not bad. Chapter 1226. 1226 Chapter 1226 Fighting for Fecta Peak. The Northern Divine Palace and the 12 Northern Continents. Someone exclaimed. At the same time, the paragons of the South God Palace, West God Palace, and East God Palace all looked at the paragon of the North God Palace with grave expressions. The 4 great divine palaces also had strong and weak strength. The strength of the Southern and Western deity palaces was similar, and they were ranked last. The Eastern deity palace was slightly stronger than the Southern and Western deity palaces, and the strongest was undoubtedly the Northern deity palace. That was because the second-ranked continent in the Divine Ruins continent cluster was in the north. In the direction of the North Divine Palace, a group of proud sovereigns stood upright. Powerful auras emanated from their bodies. There were nearly 300 of them. At this moment, sharp gazes pierced through the void around the 36 peaks. They were like sharp swords, clashing in the void and sizing each other up. The strongest heaven's favorites from the continent of the Divine Ruins were gathered there. There were nearly 1,000 of them. Nearly 1,000 heaven's favorites. What a huge number! All of them were experts who had awakened 9th-level divine bloodline. Each one of them was a proud son of the heavens and had great luck. In the Divine Wilderness Continent's lion capital, Wang Lin, Yang Padian, Ming Zi, and the rest had extremely grave and ugly expressions. In the depths of their eyes, there was a look of shock. In the Divine Wilderness Continent, they were undoubtedly existences that stood at the peak. All of them were destined to step into the Emperor realm, receiving worldwide attention and being invincible among those of the same level. All of them were extremely proud. They believed that even if they left the Divine Wilderness Continent, they would not be weak. They would be the cream of the crop. But at this moment, their confidence was shaken. This was because every single one of the 1,000 heaven's favorites here was as talented as them. In fact, they were even more talented. There are so many chosen here. This is what makes it interesting. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He could feel the blood in his body boiling and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. On the side, Long Chen was the same, full of fighting spirit. They stood at the peak of the Divine Wilderness Continent. They were unrivaled and almost unrivaled. But now, there were so many opponents. This made their blood boil once again. Buzz, buzz, whoosh. At this moment, more than a dozen figures moved. In a flash, they flew toward the 36 mountains. Lu Ming saw 3 people from the South God Palace. They were Ji Hongchen, Wang Lin, and the purple-haired youth. The Western Deity Palace also had 3 people, while the Eastern and Northern Deity Palaces had 4 people each. There were 14 of them, and they were the strongest 14 geniuses of the 4 great divine palaces. Their names had long shaken the divine ruins continent. The 14 of them landed on the peak of a mountain, looking down on the other heaven's favorites. Only the strongest heavens chosen could enter the 36 Tiangang peaks. It was a symbol of one's status. The 14 unparalleled geniuses from the 4 great divine palaces clearly had the qualifications. Looking at the 14 heavens favorites, many people's eyes lit up. Buzz, buzz, whoosh. Then one figure after another flew up to the remaining mountains. Of the remaining 22 peaks, more than 22 people had leaped onto them. Naturally, there were some peaks where more than one person had leaped onto. Get lost! Someone shouted. You're the one who should get lost. What qualifications do you have to occupy this mountain? Boom! Then, a fierce battle broke out. Such combat strength is comparable to a great circle spiritual god, right? Even an ordinary great circle spiritual god isn't this terrifying. Many people were discussing and were shocked. As for Dark Child, Lion Capital, and the others, their eyes were filled with horror. These people were too strong, far stronger than them. 7th level spiritual god realm. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The youths fighting were all at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm, and their combat strength was extremely shocking. In the end, the winner was still decided. Someone was sent flying back while spitting blood. Then, a youth stood on each of the 36 Fecta peaks. However, the fight was obviously not over yet. Get down. This is not a place you can stand. From 4 directions, more young experts flew up, each of them choosing their target and launching a fierce attack. On the South God Palace's side, other than Ji Hongchen's group of 3, there were 3 other people from the White Feather continent, one from the Pingdong continent, and another young man from another continent. This continent was called the Flame Billow continent. This young man was wearing a long robe with a flame pattern. He was the number 1 genius of the Flame Billow continent. At that moment, a short-haired young man flew out and attacked the geniuses of the Yanlan continent. Get down! The short-haired young man who was evenly matched with the Yanlan continent shouted coldly. His iron fist was like a mountain as he attacked the Yanlan continent's heaven's favorites. The eyes of the Yanlan continent's heaven's favorites turned cold. The flames on their bodies soared into the sky as they fought with the short-haired young man. Both of them were at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. The 2 of them fought fiercely and exchanged dozens of moves. In the end, the short-haired young man, who was evenly matched with the continent, had a stronger cultivation and sent the genius of the Yanlan continent flying. The Pingyang continent is indeed the 8th-ranked continent. This person is called Lu Qingzhou. He is the 2nd-ranked genius of the Pingyang continent, but his strength is still so shocking. The top 10 continents are indeed amazing. There are so many experts that the other continents can't compare. Around Lu Ming and the others, the paragons of some small continents were discussing. Their words were filled with respect and sighs. They were all heaven's favorites who stood at the peak of their respective continents. However, compared to these heaven's favorites, there was a huge gap. However, many people clenched their fists again. They were confident that their talent would not be worse than others. It was just that their resources were not as good as those of the top-ranked continents, which was why their cultivation levels were lagging behind. As long as they were given time, they were confident that they would be able to catch up. Lu Qingzhou stood on the peak of a mountain and looked down at his surroundings. When his gaze fell on Lu Ming, his eyes were very cold. You, get down too. Unfortunately, before Lu Qingzhou could even stand there for a minute, a sovereign from the Eastern God Palace rushed out and charged toward Lu Qingzhou. The 2 of them fought intensely, but after a dozen moves, Lu Qingzhou was sent flying far away, spitting out blood. Detestable! Lu Qingzhou let out a roar and revealed a look of unwillingness. However, his eyes were filled with terror. The sovereign of the Eastern God Palace had defeated him in a dozen moves. He was too strong. The fierce battle and competition continued. However, none of the 14 strongest heavens favorites from the 4 divine palaces, as well as the heavens favorites from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th-ranked continents, dared to challenge them. This was because these people gave off a feeling of danger. The fight went on for more than 10 minutes before it stopped. There was a heavens favorite standing on each of the 36 peaks of the Big Dipper. The light grew brighter and brighter. Finally, a door of light appeared on the ancient altar. Then, everyone saw figures emerging from the door of light. There were a total of 6 figures. The one in the lead was a Silavira-haired old man, and behind him were 2 middle-aged men. The 3 of them were just standing there casually, but they exuded an unparalleled pressure. The pressure was like a divine mountain weighing hundreds of millions of pounds, pressing down on everyone's hearts and making it difficult for them to breathe. So strong. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The pressure that these 3 people gave off was far above that of the black-robed middle-aged man. In other words, these 3 people were all above the 3rd level of the martial royal realm. Behind the 3 of them were 3 youths. 2 men and 1 woman. The men were handsome and the woman was beautiful. The 3 young men and women looked around with a hint of curiosity in their eyes. However, there was more arrogance and disdain in their eyes. It was as if they were high and mighty emperors facing some beggars. Greetings, emissary of the heavenly god sect. The emperors of the 4 great divine palaces hurriedly saluted with great respect. Greetings, emissary of the heavenly god sect. The others, including the emissaries of the ancient city of the divine ruins, also saluted respectfully one after another. Are all the paragons of the divine ruins continent group here? The leading Esilavir-haired old man spoke. His voice was melodious and resounded in everyone's ears. No matter how far away they were, they could hear it clearly. Reporting to the emissary, all the strongest paragons of the divine ruins continent group are here. An emperor from the North God Palace said respectfully. From now on, my heavenly god sect will choose a group of heroes to join the heavenly god sect. There is no limit to the number. The main thing is your performance. If your performance is good, you will naturally be able to join the heavenly god sect. Therefore, you will have to go through a series of examinations. There will be 2 rounds in total. Now, we will be setting up the venue for the first round of examinations. It will take 7 days. So, the first round of examinations will be held in 7 days. You can come back here in 7 days. The Silavir-haired old man announced. Yes, we will take our leave. The emperors of the 4 divine palaces saluted and left with the geniuses. The 4 divine palaces had branches in the ancient city of the divine ruins, and they all had their own stations. Very soon, Lu Ming and the rest arrived at a huge mansion. Inside the mansion, there were many halls and many buildings. Lu Ming and the rest each had a spacious room. Lu Ming and Xianxia entered the room together and entered the mountain and river diagram. Xianxia sat cross-legged under the path understanding ancient tree, quietly comprehending. In the divine ruins, Xianxia had obtained the inheritance of an unparalleled powerhouse who cultivated the demonic path. He needed time to comprehend it carefully. The Tao Comprehension Ancient Tree could help Xianxia improve quickly. Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged on another mountain peak. He waved his hand and a pile of raw gemstones appeared in front of him. There were millions of them. Now, Lu Ming's various concepts of heaven and earth had been greatly improved, far exceeding his current cultivation. It was time to use the rough stone to improve his cultivation. In this selection, there were many geniuses in the divine ruins continent. Lu Ming's current cultivation of the 5th level of the spiritual god realm was obviously not enough. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged and swallowed the millions of raw gemstones in one gulp. Then it began to refine them. The 9 dragon bloodline had advanced to the 9th level of the divine level, and the power of devouring and refining had reached a terrifying level. The refining of origin stones had also reached an astonishing level. Millions of raw gemstones were continuously refined and transformed into essential core, which rolled around in Lu Ming's body like a tide. Boom, boom, boom. His essential core circulated and rumbled continuously. Lu Ming's spiritual god became more and more solid and dazzling. Lu Ming's cultivation level was also getting stronger. Not long after, millions of origin stones were refined. Lu Ming took out another few million and continued to devour and refine them. At his current realm, the number of raw gemstones that Lu Ming needed was even greater. Just like that, the number of refined raw gemstones that Lu Ming refined reached an astonishing 20 million. Chapter 1228. 1228 7th Level Spiritual God Realm. However, at this point Lu Ming did not stop. He continued to devour the refined raw stone. His current intent realm cultivation was enough to support his cultivation level to soar. Piles of raw gemstones were continuously refined and transformed into Lu Ming's essential core. Early 6th Level Spiritual God Realm, middle 6th Level Spiritual God Realm, late 6th Level Spiritual God Realm. Lu Ming's cultivation level was increasing at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. On the 7th day, Lu Ming's aura had reached an unprecedented height. 7th Level Spiritual God Realm. Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the 7th level of the Spiritual God Realm in one go. So strong. Lu Ming circulated the true War Dragon technique and felt the essential core in his body, which was 10 times stronger than before. A smile appeared on his face. His current combat strength was much stronger than it was 7 days ago. Right now, the stronger his cultivation, the stronger his true essence, and the more power he could unleash from the prison suppressing heavenly art, the more his battle power would increase. Buzz! Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward, standing in front of Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia also stood up and smiled. In just 7 days, Xianxia's cultivation had actually increased by 2 levels, from the early stage of the 6th level spiritual god realm to the late stage. The speed was also shocking. Xianxia had just received the inheritance of an unparalleled existence. During this period of time, her cultivation was in a period of explosive growth. As she understood more about the inheritance, her cultivation would continue to improve. It's time, let's go out. Lu Ming smiled, his eyes filled with confidence. The two of them exited the mountain and river diagram. Sure enough, everyone had already begun to gather. In a courtyard, many geniuses of the South God Palace were gathered. Above them was the black-robed middle-aged man. The black-robed middle-aged man's expression was very heavy. This time, the Heaven's Pride experts from the other 3 sides are all astonishingly strong. You must work hard. Once you are selected by the deity sect and become a disciple of the deity sect, not only will you be able to cultivate in the deity sect, but the South Deity Palace will also reward you handsomely. So, you must do your best. Yes. Everyone nodded in agreement. All right, follow me. The black-robed middle-aged man nodded and led the group into the air. Not long after, they arrived near the 36 Vecta peaks. Buzz. Bush. In the sky, the sound of air being torn rang out continuously. The other 3 heavens favorites had arrived. Buzz. In the sky, with a flash of light, the Esilavir-haired elder of the Heaven God sect and the others appeared above the 36 mountains. The Esilavir-haired old man swept his gaze around and said, "This time, the first round will be held in a small dimension. There are no rules in there. You can use any means. Your mission is to stay in that dimension for 15 days. Those who can stay for 15 days will be able to enter the next round. As long as I can stay for 15 days, I can enter the next round?" Many people were surprised. This sounded very simple. If he could stay for 15 days, wouldn't he be able to enter the next round after finding a place to hide? It shouldn't be that simple, many people thought. Also, in this small plane, there are some opportunities distributed. I can tell you that these opportunities are very rare in the continent group of the Divine Ruins, and they can greatly increase your strength. The Asilavir-haired old man said, his voice full of temptation. Many people's eyes lit up. This was an opportunity placed by the heavenly divine sect. How valuable would it be? Of course, if you want to get these opportunities, you need keys, and the keys are with each and every one of you. The Asilavir-haired old man continued. You need a key? The key is with all of us? Many people were very surprised and had a face full of doubt. However, the Asilavir-haired old man obviously did not want to explain. An earth-shaking aura burst out from his body. The aura was so strong that even the black-robed middle-aged man, who was a Lever 3 Martial Royal Realm expert, was shocked. Sila! The Asilavir-haired old man waved his hand, and a huge door of light appeared in the air. You all, enter from here. The Asilavir-haired old man said. Let's go. Buzz, buzz, bush. Immediately, some people rushed into the light door and disappeared. The Asilavir-haired old man had said that there was a great opportunity inside. If they entered first, wouldn't they have a higher chance of obtaining the great opportunity? Charge, charge, charge. One after another, young figures rushed into the light door. Little Qing, be careful after you enter. Lu Ming held Xianxia's small hand. I will, you too. Xianxia nodded. Then, the two of them stepped into the air and rushed into the door of light. The next moment, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. Lu Ming found himself in the mountains. There was no one in the surroundings. As expected, he had entered this place randomly. He and Xianxia had separated. Lu Ming took out a jade voice transmission talisman and sent a message to Xianxia. Unfortunately, the message could not be sent out. What? At this moment, Lu Ming noticed that his spine was slightly hot and there were wisps of blood qi spreading out. The blood qi gathered above Lu Ming's head and finally formed a blood-colored key. That Asilavir-haired old man said that the key is with each of us. Could he be referring to this key? Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Perhaps there would be one above everyone's head. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming randomly chose a direction and soared into the sky. Who's that? After flying for a while, Lu Ming saw a hull floating in the sky. There was a floating palace here. Lu Ming was very curious and flew up. The palace's door was tightly shut, and in front of the door, there were two young men. Sure enough, there is a blood-colored key in each of them. Lu Ming saw a key floating above the two young men's heads. Open it. One of the young men punched the door of the palace heavily. However, the door did not move at all. Instead, the young man himself was pushed back by the force of the impact. I can't break it at all, I've tried it before. Another youth said. At this moment, the two of them had also noticed Lu Ming and they looked at him. Lu Ming stopped not far away and carefully sized up the hull. It was unknown what material the palace was made of. The youth who attacked just now had a very strong cultivation, reaching the 6th level of the spiritual god realm. However, he still couldn't break it open. There are 9 small holes there. Could they be the keyholes? Lu Ming suddenly looked at a stone tablet beside the door. There were 9 small holes on the stone tablet that were arranged in a wonderful shape. The other two young men's eyes also lit up. 9 small holes. Do I need 9 people and 9 keys to open it? One of the black-robed youths guessed. Buzz! Suddenly, the youth in the 6th level of the spiritual god realm pounced toward the black-robed youth like lightning. A blade light condensed in his hand and slashed toward the black-robed youth. What are you doing? The black-robed young man was shocked and hurriedly tried to block it. Chapter 1229. 1229 Blood-Colored Key. However, the black-robed youth's cultivation was only at the peak of the 4th level spiritual god realm. He was far inferior to his opponent. In addition, he was in a hurry and could not block it at all. Poochie! Blood gushed out as the black-robed youth's head flew high into the air. Even his spiritual god was crushed. If we could seize your key, then there wouldn't be a need for 9 people. The 6th-level spiritual god realm young man's lips curled into a cold smile. Then, a strange scene appeared. The bloodline power of the black-robed young man who was killed began to gather towards the blood-colored key. The blood-colored key was resplendent and filled with blood-colored light. Then, it flew towards the 6th-level spiritual god realm young man and appeared above his head. 2 blood-colored keys appeared above the 6th-level spiritual god realm youth's head. It was just a guess. I didn't expect that I could really seize it. As long as I gather the 9 keys, I can open this palace alone and obtain the opportunities inside. The 6th-level spiritual god realm young man laughed and immediately looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. You didn't run away just now. Now you'll be my key. The young man in the 6th level of the spiritual god realm revealed a ferocious expression and cold killing intent. It's a blood-colored key formed by the power of the bloodline. How amazing! Lu Ming could not be bothered with the other party. He muttered to himself with a curious look on his face. Brat die. Seeing that Lu Ming had directly ignored him, the 6th-level spiritual god realm youth's eyes bloomed with killing intent. He took a step forward and his figure charged toward Lu Ming like lightning. A blade light slashed toward Lu Ming's neck. Just now, he had killed the black-robed young man with the same move. Now, the power of this move was even stronger than that. The blade was about to hit Lu Ming's neck. 3 keys, he said. The young man in the 6th level of the spiritual god realm sneered as if he had already obtained 3 keys. However, in the next moment, his pupils suddenly widened, and his eyes were filled with horror. A spear's gleam had appeared out of nowhere and pierced through his dantian. It went straight through his body and crushed his spiritual soul into pieces. Fast, the spear light was too fast and terrifyingly powerful. The true essence that covered his body was pierced through by the spear light as if it was paper. Don't. He opened his mouth with difficulty, wanting to beg for mercy. The spear light shook, and the 6th-level spiritual god realm youth's body was torn into pieces. As soon as the young man died, the power of the blood in his body gathered towards the blood-red key. In the end, the 2 keys, which were glowing with a blood-red light, floated above Lu Ming's head. There were 3 blood-colored keys floating above Lu Ming's head, including his own. There are 3 keys. It seems like I can kill one person and take the other party's key. As long as I gather all 9 of them, I'll be able to open that palace and obtain the fortune inside. I just don't know if there are many of these palaces. If there are, then it would be a bloody massacre. Lu Ming sighed. In order to obtain the opportunities left behind by the Sky God sect in the palace, those heaven's favorites would definitely hunt others down like crazy to obtain the key. Little Qing. Lu Ming was a little worried about Xianxia. First, we have to find little Qing. Lu Ming made up his mind and was about to leave. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 streaks of light streaked through the air and appeared not far away. It's them. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Lu Ming recognized both of them because they were geniuses who had fought evenly with the continent. One of them was one of the people who had been defeated by Lu Ming in the Divine Ruins. He was at the 6th-level spiritual god realm. The other one had short hair and looked strong and capable. It was Lu Qingzhou, who had fought evenly with the number 2 heavenly pride of the continent. There were 2 blood-colored keys on top of Lu Qingzhou's head, and one on the other. The 2 of them first glanced at the palace, then at Lu Ming. It's him. It's that divine wilderness continent kid. 3 blood-colored keys. When the 2 of them saw Lu Ming, their eyes lit up and they were overjoyed. Lu Qingzhou's eyes were burning with excitement. He laughed and said, "It's actually this brat who dares to provoke me to fight to a draw with the people of the continent. Give me your key." Lu Qingzhou laughed heartily. He dashed towards Lu Ming in a flash, as if he was afraid that Lu Ming would escape. Sila! A scimitar appeared in Lu Qingzhou's hand. The blade glowed like the moon and was aimed at Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming moved his feet and his body swayed slightly, avoiding Lu Qingzhou's saber light. Brat, don't even think about running. Lu Qingzhou shouted coldly. Me? I'm just afraid you guys will run away. Lu Ming sneered. Buzz. He took a step forward and instantly closed in on the young man who had fought equally with the other young man on the continent. Get lost. The young man shouted and used the fusion of blood meridians to launch his strongest attack in an attempt to stop Lu Ming. Back then in the Divine Ruins, although he was not Lu Ming's match, he could still exchange a few moves with him. The difference would not be too ridiculous. Now, he had the confidence to stop Lu Ming for a while. Bang! Lu Ming's punch landed on his blood meridian. Instantly, the person's blood meridian exploded. Even his physical body turned into dust under the punch. The power of his bloodline gathered on the blood-colored key above his head and appeared above Lu Ming's head. There were a total of 4 blood-colored keys above Lu Ming's head. Lu Qingzhou's eyes narrowed slightly. Lu Ming's punch had made him feel a little frightened. However, he was still confident. It's not bad for a mere divine wilderness continent to have a paragon like you. But you still have to die. Kill. Lu Qingzhou shouted coldly. His blade light tore open the void and left a hideous crack in the space. Whoosh! The sharp gleam of the knife was aimed at Lu Ming's throat. You want to kill me after fighting to a draw with the number 2 genius of the continent? Let's see what you've got. Lu Ming threw a punch and 8 streams of dragon energy burst out of his body as he activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique. The void seemed to be groaning under Lu Ming's fist. The space within a radius of 1,000 miles was shaking violently, creating ripples. Clang! The fist collided with Lu Qingzhou's blade light. Lu Qingzhou's expression changed drastically, and his body was sent flying like a cannonball. He spat out a mouthful of blood. 7th level of the spiritual god realm, but how can a 7th level spiritual god be so strong? Lu Qingzhou shouted in his heart. He could sense that Lu Ming's cultivation was at the early stage of the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. He was already shocked that there was an expert at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm in the divine wilderness continent. However, his cultivation was at the late stage of the 7th level spiritual god realm, which was higher than Lu Ming's. It was shocking that he was seriously injured by a single punch. He was afraid. This is a monster, let's go. Buzz! Lu Qingzhou turned around and ran for his life. It's too late to leave now. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. With a few steps, he crossed the void and chased after Lu Qingzhou. In a few breaths, he was close to Lu Ming. I'm going to kill you. Lu Qingzhou roared as he merged his bloodline and transformed into a scimitar. The scimitar emitted a blinding light and slashed at Lu Ming. Clang! Lu Ming threw a punch and the scimitar shook violently before it flew far away. Clang! Then, Lu Ming threw another punch. With a bang, the scimitar exploded. It was no match at all. Chapter 1230. 1230 White Feather Continent. Currently, out of Lu Ming's 5 types of intense, 3 of them had reached complete level 4 and 2 of them had reached the peak of level 4 upper tier. The power of the fusion and explosion of 5 types of intense alone was already very shocking, not to mention the other intense. Now, Lu Ming could easily crush the ordinary prodigies of the same level, even if they had awakened a 9th level divine level bloodline. The scimitar exploded, and Lu Qingzhou's body was sent flying far away. His entire body was almost torn apart, and he was covered in blood. Blood was also spurting out of his mouth. How could this be? How can he be so strong? He roared in his heart and was extremely frightened. To be able to rank 8th among the 42 continents of the Divine Ruins continent cluster, he had many heaven's favorites. To be able to rank 2nd among the many heaven's favorites, he was definitely below one person and above millions of people. He was invincible among his peers. But now, he was seriously injured by Lu Ming in a few punches when they were at the same level. It was unbelievable. All he could think of now was to escape. The further he ran, the better. However, Lu Ming would not give him the chance. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and threw a punch. A violent force was directed at Lu Qingzhou. No, no! Lu Qingzhou screamed hysterically, but in the next moment, his body exploded and his soul was destroyed. The power of his blood gathered toward the keys. In the next moment, 6 blood-colored keys appeared above Lu Ming's head. Buzz! At that moment, the 6 blood-red keys trembled as if they were resonating with each other and gave off dense blood-red light. The light from the 6 keys then gathered, forming an incredibly powerful blood-red pillar of light that shot into the sky. At this moment, even though they were very far away from Lu Ming, they could see the blood-colored light pillar. What's that? What a dense blood light. Is there a rare treasure? Let's go and take a look. Let's go. One after another, figures pounced in Lu Ming's direction. Lu Ming looked at the light pillar above his head and was dumbfounded. Could it be that gathering 6 keys would cause such a phenomenon? It would be too difficult to gather all 9 keys. Wouldn't it be strange if other experts weren't attracted by such a phenomenon? There was no place to hide. It was too difficult to obtain the opportunity mentioned by the heavenly divine sect. If that's the case, then I'll kill whoever tries to touch me. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He decided not to leave. He stood in the void and waited quietly. Not long after dash. Buzz. Whoosh. The sound of breaking the air rang out continuously. 7 or 8 young men wearing feather clothes appeared first. It's him. It's Lu Ming. One of them was Mu Ju. He shouted as soon as he saw Lu Ming, his eyes gleaming coldly. 6 keys. A piece of trash from the divine wilderness continent actually managed to gather 6 keys. It seems like his luck is pretty good. The moment he arrived, he encountered a pile of even more trash. A young man with black wings sneered. How strong could a person from the divine wilderness continent be? For him to be able to gather 6 keys, he must have encountered an even trashier continent, which was why Lu Ming had 6 keys. Kill him and I can gather the 9 keys. A young man in Esilavir feather clothes licked his lips and sneered. Ha, Lu Ming, let's see how you're going to die this time. You were lucky last time. Mu Ju laughed. There were 7 prodigies from the white feather continent. One of them was the young man in the white feather robe who had stepped onto the 36 Fecta peaks. He was high and mighty, and he stood above all the other prodigies. With the paragons of the white feather continent around, he was sure that Lu Ming was dead for sure. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of air being torn continued to ring out. A group of young men appeared behind Lu Ming. The one in the lead had a green beard and an extremely powerful aura. There are 6 keys. Ha, these 6 keys are mine. The green-bearded young man's eyes glowed with a scorching light when he saw the 6 blood-colored keys above Lu Ming's head. There were 4 keys above his head. Including Lu Ming's, he had 9 keys. Brutal wind, it's you. On the white feather continent, the expression of the young man in Esilavir feather clothes changed slightly. The green-bearded young man came from the Yellow Mang continent and was ranked 5th in the continent group of the Divine Ruins. He was also an expert who had reached the 36 Fecta peaks. Ha, Esilavir Wing, what a coincidence. The green-bearded youth grinned. Manfeng, I found this kid first. You'd better leave as soon as possible. Esilavir Wing said coldly. Ah, this is ridiculous. This is the test of the Tianshan sect. Who told you that first come, first served? It all depends on your ability. The key will belong to whoever kills him first. Manfeng grinned and laughed. He looked very simple and honest, but the cruel killing intent in his eyes made people's hearts turn cold. At this moment, from other directions, there were also sounds of flying. Another young genius had arrived. However, when they saw Manfeng and Esilavir Wing, their expressions changed. Not good, it's the heavens' favorites who have reached the 36th peak. Retreat. Let's go. The people who came later all retreated with a change in expression. Lu Ming is dead. One of them was the divine wilderness continent's proud son of heaven, Shirdu. At that moment, his eyes flickered with a gloating light as he fled far away. Kill! At this moment, the Esilavir wings suddenly burst out. A pair of Silavir wings appeared on his back. He pounced at Lu Ming like a bolt of Esilavir lightning. His sharp claws could tear through everything as he clawed at Lu Ming. Silavir wing, you're despicable. You actually sneak attacked him. This kid is mine. Man Feng roared in anger, and a beast's roar came from his body. He took a few steps in the air and charged towards Lu Ming. The two of them had completely regarded Lu Ming as their prey, their key provider. In their eyes, Lu Ming's fate was already set. He was dead. They had to be on guard against the other party. It's mine. Silavir Wing's eyes were cold. He had killed Lu Ming in one move. In that case, he would kill Lu Ming first and Lu Ming's blood-red key would naturally belong to him. Hee, you're just ignoring me. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He shifted his feet slightly and dodged the Esilavir Wing's grasp. Brat, you still dare to dodge? The Esilavir Wing bellowed and its claws swiped at Lu Ming rapidly. Lu Ming actually dared to dodge. He was furious. He had seized the opportunity with great difficulty. If Lu Ming dodged, would he not lose it? In his heart, he would not even consider the fact that he wanted to kill Lu Ming. Was it not normal for Lu Ming to dodge? He was only thinking that if Lu Ming dodged, he would destroy his opportunity. Then I won't dodge. Lu Ming said indifferently. Then dash. Boom! An extremely shocking aura burst out from his body. The aura of the 7th-level spiritual god realm was completely released. The 5-colored concepts surrounded him as he punched out. This punch landed on one of Silavir Wing's claws. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking was heard. Silavir Wing screamed and retreated quickly. Chapter 1231. 1231 Chapter 1231 Easily killed. What? Man Feng was rushing toward Lu Ming, worried that Silavir Wing would get the first move. However, he suddenly saw that Silavir Wing's claw was injured by Lu Ming's punch and it was forced to retreat. He was a little stunned. In his imagination, this was not the case at all. He was still worried that Lu Ming would be killed by Silavir Wing in 2 moves and was silently praying that Lu Ming would be able to dodge and withstand a few moves. He had never expected that it would actually be such a scene. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly, his killing intent extremely strong. Enveloped by Lu Ming's killing intent, Silavir Wing's entire body turned cold and he retreated rapidly. Didn't you want to kill me? Why are you retreating now? Lu Ming said coldly. He took a step forward and caught up with the Esilavir Wing in an instant. He struck out with his palm. The power of this palm made Silavir Wing's hair stand on end and his muscles tremble in fear. Gah! With a sharp cry, Silavir Wing transformed into a big Esilavir bird, emitting Esilavir light all over his body. It turned out that Silavir Wing wasn't a human, but a demon. This was his true form. He transformed into his original form and folded his Silavir wings to block in front of him in an attempt to block Lu Ming's attack. Bang! Lu Ming's palm struck down and destroyed the Esilavir wing's protective demonic energy. His palm hit the Esilavir wing's wings and with a clang, the wings exploded. Silavir feathers flew all over the sky. Ard! Silavir Wing screamed and retreated like a madman. He was like a Esilavir lightning. Bang! 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 Lu Ming took a few steps forward and used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. The power of each step was stronger than the previous one. The power of each step landed on Silavir Wing's body. With every step, Silavir Wing's body trembled violently. When Lu Ming took the 8th step, Silavir Wing let out a shrill scream and its body was torn to pieces. Silavir blood scattered in the air. How can he be so strong? On the other side, Man Feng was dumbfounded and dumbfounded. Then he felt a chill in his heart. It was too shocking. Silavir Wing's combat strength was about the same as his, but he was killed by Lu Ming in a few moves. This was too terrifying. Run, quickly run. The first thing that flashed through his mind was this sentence. Then, he turned and ran. Didn't you want my key? Why is he running away now? A cold voice sounded in Man Feng's ears. You're courting death. Man Feng roared in fear. He exploded with all his strength and threw a punch at Lu Ming, but what greeted him was Lu Ming's punch. Bang! The two fists collided. Man Feng felt a sharp pain in his arm. The bones in his hand were broken by Lu Ming's punch. Boom! 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 Following that, Lu Ming's attacks were like a storm. The shadows of his fists were like mountains, enveloping the brutal wind. No! Man Feng roared, but in the next moment, he was drowned. Then, with a scream, Man Feng was killed. The two top powerhouses who could ascend the 36 Vecta peaks were killed by Lu Ming in an instant. What? How did this happen? Not far away, the paragons of the White Feather Continent and the Yellow Mang Continent watched this scene in shock, their mouths agape. How is that possible? How is this possible? Especially Mujue, he couldn't stop mumbling. He couldn't accept what was happening. Lu Ming's combat strength was very strong. He had long known that Lu Ming had killed so many experts in the divine ruins. Even a perfected spiritual god was not Lu Ming's match. However, the geniuses who were able to ascend the 36 Vecta peaks all had combat strength that could suppress those in the great circle of the spiritual god stage. They could even kill those in the great circle of the spiritual god stage. Their combat strength was extremely close to that of a supreme being and were definitely above Lu Ming's back then. He had thought that Silavir Wing would be able to kill Lu Ming. But now, Lu Ming played it down. He casually slashed Silavir Wing and Brutal Wind in succession without even activating his blood meridian. This kind of combat strength was too shocking and terrifying. Mujue, it's your turn now. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Mujue. No, no. Mujue almost peed his pants in fear. Chapter 1232. 1232 Chapter 1232 Fighting the Ice Dragon. Not bad. To be able to take a blow from me and only retreat 3 steps without being injured, you're quite strong. The ice dragon stepped down and spoke indifferently, with an arrogant look. Previously, he had seen Lu Ming kill Silavir Wing and Brutal Wind, but he was still full of confidence. Stepping onto the 36 Tiangang peaks didn't mean anything. He didn't care about Silavir Wing and Brutal Wind at all. You also want my key? Lu Ming stared at the ice dragon and said, Hee hee, you just happened to encounter it so you naturally can't miss it. You can only blame yourself for being too unlucky. The ice dragon spoke in a cold voice as if it had Lu Ming in the palm of its hand. You're that confident? Just now, Silavir Wing and Brutal Wind were just as confident, but in the end, they were just giving me the key. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Don't compare me to those 2 pieces of trash. Otherwise, you'll realize that you've made a huge mistake. The ice dragon smiled confidently. As he spoke, he strode towards Lu Ming, his body exuding a terrifying chill. Lu Ming's essential qi was boiling and burning. It seems like you want to fight to the death. You're really like a mantis trying to stop a car. The ice dragon's voice turned cold. Endless ice crystals suddenly appeared around his body. The water vapor in the air was frozen by the cold air and condensed. Around the ice dragon, even the wind stopped, as if it had been frozen. Whoosh! The ice dragon pointed a finger at Lu Ming, and a terrifying cold air shot towards him. The cold air seemed to be able to freeze everything in its path. Boom! In Lu Ming's body, vital essence was howling. The 5 types of heaven and earth concepts were circulated to the extreme, forming a pair of 5-colored boxing gloves on his fists. Then he punched out at the finger force. Bang! With a violent explosion, a white wave of cold air spread out in all directions. At this moment, with them as the center, The sky within 1,000 miles was white and countless ice crystals appeared. Lu Ming's body swayed and he took 2 steps back. It's so cold. This time, not only on Lu Ming's fist, but on his body as well. A layer of white ice crystals appeared. What? The ice dragon raised its eyebrows. It was clearly surprised that Lu Ming had caught its finger. He was confident that he could kill Selavir Wing and Man Feng with this finger. 10,000 miles of ice. The ice dragon's aura grew even colder. This time, it switched its fingers to a palm and smacked out. The entire sky was filled with cold air that enveloped Lu Ming. At this moment, the space seemed to be frozen. Lu Ming felt as if his body had fallen into a swamp and he could not move. Die. It's your honor to die in this move of mine. The ice dragon's cold voice rang out. Oh really? Then let's try the 9th dragon power. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. A dragon's roar rang out from his body and the 9th dragon energy erupted. At this moment, Lu Ming's body was covered in a layer of purple crystal light. His muscles were squirming slightly. This power. Lu Ming seemed to have transformed into 9 dragons. His dragon energy was boiling and filled with endless power. Boom! With Lu Ming as the center, the space within a 5-kilometer radius was annihilated and turned into nothingness. The feeling of falling into a swamp also disappeared. Boom! Then he threw another punch at the ice dragon and it collided with his palm. This strength. When the fist and palm collided, the ice dragon's expression changed greatly. His body trembled, and 9 layers of thick ice crystals appeared in front of him. At the same time, he quickly retreated. Boom boom. The 9 layers of ice crystals were reduced to ashes under Lu Ming's terrifying strength. Chi. The ice crystals contained boundless cold air. They wanted to seal Lu Ming in ice, but Lu Ming shook them away with his strength. This cold chi seems to be the ice mentality, but why is it so terrifying? The temperature is so low. Lu Ming was also a little surprised. He had come into contact with the ice concept many times. Although it was powerful, it was still 100,000 miles away from the ice dragon. The ice dragon's frost concept was extremely powerful. Lu Ming had never seen it before. Lu Ming was shocked, but the ice dragon's heart was in turmoil. Lu Ming could actually defeat him head-on. It was beyond his expectations. It seems that you have been hiding your strength. Your strength is indeed amazing, but it's still too early to fight with me. The ice dragon's voice became colder and colder. The aura on his body also became stronger and the cold air became colder. The early stage of the 8th level of the spiritual god realm was the cultivation of the ice dragon. At such a young age, his cultivation had already reached the early stage of the 8th level spiritual god realm. In addition to that extremely terrifying ice concept, the ice dragon could easily kill a great circle spiritual god. Martial technique of intent, absolute 0. Ooh! At this moment, the ice dragon performed the bloodline fusion and turned into an ice sword. The sword light was shocking. The moment the sword light appeared, everything in the world seemed to stop moving. It was as if they had been frozen. There was only the sword light in the world. The icy sword slashed at Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming's gaze turned solemn. The ice dragon's cultivation was 1 level higher than his, and with the terrifying ice concept, his combat power was shocking. The ice dragon indeed had the right to be arrogant. For example, Selavir Wing and Brutal Wind were not even worthy of carrying the shoes for the ice dragon. If they were too far apart, they would be killed with a casual move. Roar! The 9 dragon bloodline appeared above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming also performed the bloodline fusion and transformed into 9 dragons. Kill! The 9 dragons stepped in the air and charged toward the ice dragon. The 2 of them began a great battle. Boom! 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 The entire area was blown apart, and an endless amount of energy mixed with a terrifying chill wreaked havoc in the world. In the distance, some people saw Lu Ming's blood-red light pillar and wanted to rush over to see what was going on. However, thousands of miles away, they saw the two of them fighting. All of them widened their eyes in horror and turned to leave. Heavens, how can he be so strong? Are they still of the same generation as us? That's too terrifying. With such strength, he can almost fight with a supreme being, right? Go, quickly go. The heavens' favorites all scattered in fear. They didn't dare to get too close, afraid that they would be sucked in and die. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had exchanged dozens of moves with the ice dragon. The dragon's roars shook the sky as Lu Ming's courage mounted as the battle progressed. Every inch of the 9 dragons' bodies and muscles were weapons of war. He used the true dragon combat technique, 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, and the prison's suppressing heavenly technique in turns. The power of the 9 dragons seemed to be able to destroy everything, and the power of the prison's suppression heavenly arts seemed to be able to suppress everything. Although the ice dragon's frost concept was extremely terrifying, Lu Ming had comprehended 5 types of heaven and earth concepts after all. When they were gathered together, he could still resist it. Selah! The dragon claw broke through the ice dragon's ice armor and left a deep mark on it. Bang! The divine dragon wagged its tail, and the prison's suppressing heavenly art burst forth, sending the ice dragon flying. Who is this person? Which continent does he come from? How could he have such astonishing battle strength? The ice dragon quickly retreated. The more he fought, the more shocked he became. Chapter 1233. 1233 Martial Technique of Creation. I'll let you off this time. We'll fight again next time. The ice dragon left these words and actually turned to leave, escaping just like that. Lu Ming did not give chase. He transformed back into his human form and stared coldly in the direction where the ice dragon had left. The ice dragon was indeed very powerful. Although Lu Ming still had some tricks up his sleeve and had not activated his 3rd blood meridian, he might not be able to kill the ice dragon even if he activated his 3rd blood meridian. Moreover, he already had 9 keys. Even if he killed the ice dragon, he wouldn't be able to obtain more keys. Take a look inside the palace. What's inside? Lu Ming flew high into the sky and came to the front of the hall. There was a stone tablet in front of the gate of the palace. There were 9 small holes on the stone tablet, just like keyholes. With a thought, the 9 keys above his head flew into the 9 small holes. All 9 keys were inserted into the small hole. Gotcha! The palace's door opened. As expected, a smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. Without any hesitation, he stepped out and entered the hall through the door. As soon as Lu Ming entered, the door of the hall closed again. Within the palace was a large hall. Lu Ming swept his gaze around. This is... Lu Ming discovered that there were several platforms in the hall. There were orbs of light on the platforms. He could see that there were symbols under the light. On one of the platforms, under the light balls, there were some symbols of pills. The powerhouse from the Tianxin sect said, there were opportunities in this small plane, and the keys were with each of them. The opportunities he was talking about should be these light balls, right? Lu Ming made a guess and then continued to size him up. Under the ball of light on the other platform, the symbol was much more complicated. Under some of the balls of light were patterns in the shape of lightning. Under some of the light orbs were patterns of flames, waves, tornadoes, and others. What's in these light balls? How many can I choose? You can't possibly give them all to me, right? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming walked to the light orb marked with the lightning pattern and reached out to grab it. The ball of light was destroyed and a jade talisman was in Lu Ming's hand. It's that easy. Lu Ming was a little surprised. Then, his eyes lit up and he stretched out his hand to grab another ball of light. It didn't move at all. The ball of light seemed to be a layer of protective shield that firmly blocked Lu Ming. Lu Ming circulated his quintessential essence and even unleashed his dragon energy. However, the ball of light did not budge at all. He could not break it. Following that, Lu Ming changed to another light orb, but the result was the same. Lu Ming tried almost all the light orbs, but he could not break any of them. It seems like I can only obtain one item from each ball of light. Lu Ming guessed and could only give up. I wonder what is recorded in this jade token. Lu Ming was somewhat curious. What was the opportunity that the Tianxin sect was talking about? He sent his spiritual sense into the jade token and carefully examined it. It's a martial technique, a low-grade martial technique of God-level intent. Martial technique of creation? After Lu Ming took a look of doubt flashed in his eyes. What was a martial technique of creation? Lu Ming only knew about bloodline martial arts techniques. Other than bloodline martial arts techniques, the other martial arts techniques were all ordinary martial arts techniques. How could there be martial arts techniques of creation? Lu Ming had never heard of it. Immediately, Lu Ming read the content carefully. The Thunder God Strike was the name of this martial technique. So amazing, so amazing. After looking at it for a while, Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was filled with amazement. He finally understood what a martial technique of creation was. Ordinary warriors who had comprehended the will of heaven and earth would become more powerful as their levels increased. However, they had not yet discovered the true power of the will. Normal martial artists only used the power of intent roughly. Take Lu Ming for example. The fusion of 5 types of heaven and earth intent realms was usually only used to increase Lu Ming's attack power. However, the deeper levels of each intent realm had not been excavated. As for martial techniques of intent, through martial techniques and special operations, the power of the intent could be exerted to the fullest. The potential of the intent could be used to the extreme. Lu Ming had never even heard of martial arts techniques of creation in the divine wilderness continent. The levels of martial techniques of intent were the same as ordinary martial techniques, such as the low-grade divine level and the high-grade divine level. The low-grade divine level martial technique focused on the deep application of intent. As for the high-grade God-level techniques, they were not considered intent martial techniques. They should be called domain martial techniques, which could exert the emperor's domain to the extreme. The power of martial techniques of creation was several times stronger than ordinary martial techniques and even bloodline martial techniques. It was very terrifying. Lu Ming looked at it carefully. The more he looked, the more shocked he was. What a powerful and terrifying power. However, it's too profound. The difficulty of cultivating it is astonishingly high. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. The martial technique of creation was powerful, but it was more difficult to cultivate. Lu Ming felt that although they were both low-grade divine-level martial arts techniques, the difficulty of cultivating the martial arts technique of creation was 100 times more difficult than cultivating ordinary low-grade divine-level martial arts techniques. Yes, it was 100 times. Martial techniques of creation were 100 times harder to cultivate than ordinary martial techniques. Lu Ming frowned and looked at it carefully. In the end, he simply took out the path understanding ancient tree and placed it at the side to help with his comprehension. Unconsciously, Lu Ming's mind was immersed in the Thunder God Strike, trying to figure out the profoundness of it. After the Battle of Providence, Lu Ming's comprehension had increased by 10 times. Now, under the path understanding ancient tree, his understanding of the Thunder God Strike was improving rapidly. Lu Ming was completely immersed in the cultivation of the Thunder God Strike. 7 days had passed unknowingly. Bolts of lightning were swimming around Lu Ming's body as if they were alive and had spirituality. In the end, the lightning on Lu Ming's body increased in number but became thinner. In the end, there were countless bolts of lightning, each one thinner than a strand of hair. Countless bolts of lightning as thin as this weaved together to form a lightning armor. It looked exactly the same as ordinary clothes. There was no difference at all. However, if anyone touched it with their hands, they would be turned to ashes by the power of lightning. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes. I've successfully cultivated the first level of the Thunder God Strike. Lu Ming muttered to himself. After 7 days of comprehension, Lu Ming had successfully cultivated the first stage of the Thunder God Strike in one go. This speed was already very shocking. Some peerless geniuses could spend their entire lives and still not reach the first level. Martial arts techniques of intent are indeed wonderful. It can fully unleash the potential energy of the thunder intent. I'm still at the first level. The more I practice, the more powerful it will be. Lu Ming looked at the lightning combat suit draped over his body. With a thought, the lightning combat suit disappeared. It seems that the ice dragon also cultivates martial techniques of creation. No wonder the ice creation can release such a terrifying power. Lu Ming thought of the ice dragon. However, the ice dragon should have cultivated it a long time ago. It had just entered this place at that time, so it couldn't have obtained it from here. The martial technique of creation should have been inherited from the North God Palace. Chapter 1234. 1234 Chapter 1234 Fighting for the Key. The Divine Ruins continent was indeed the number one continent in the Divine Ruins continent cluster. Martial techniques of intent that were unheard of in the Divine Wilderness continent could be inherited here. Perhaps the four great divine palaces all had the inheritance of martial arts techniques of creation. Most of the strongest geniuses of the four great divine palaces had come into contact with them and cultivated for many years. Their power must be extraordinary. Lu Ming guessed that the ice dragon must have cultivated the ice concept martial arts technique to the second level. I didn't expect 7 days to pass so quickly. It's time to go out. I wonder how little Qing is doing? Lu Ming was a little worried. He had unknowingly fallen into his previous state of enlightenment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen this time to attain enlightenment. He would have definitely found Xianxia first. This place was too dangerous. All the elites were killing each other to take each other's keys and opportunities. Even with Xianxia's cultivation and combat strength, he was still in danger. Without further hesitation, Lu Ming walked out. Kacha! When Lu Ming came to the door opened automatically and he stepped out. After Lu Ming left, the door closed automatically. Whoosh! A blood-red key flew out of the 9 keyholes on the stone tablet and floated above Lu Ming's head. It was Lu Ming's sword. The other 8 swords had disappeared. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, a few figures flew out from the mountains below. Someone has indeed entered the palace. Stop him, don't let him go. So it's him. I recognize him. He's from the Divine Wilderness continent. A series of voices rang out. Lu Ming recognized one of them. It was the number 1 heaven's favorite of the Xin-Yi continent, Yi Kuang. After this period of time, Yi Kuang's cultivation had also broken through the bottleneck and entered the 6th level spiritual god realm. A total of 3 people surrounded Lu Ming from 3 directions. When they came here some time ago, they found 9 keyholes on the stone tablet in front of the gate. They had the keys and knew that someone had gone in. The few of them waited in the mountains below and saw Lu Ming coming out. This person can't be underestimated. His combat strength isn't weak. Yi Kuang's eyes were solemn. What are you afraid of? With the 3 of us joining hands, do we still need to fear him? Another youth said. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted coldly. You're looking for death. Let's join forces and kill him. A young man shouted. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming took a step forward and threw a punch. The man's body was torn to pieces. Then, Lu Ming charged at Yi Kuang and the other man. No! Yi Kuang roared in fear. Bang! Bang! With 2 loud bangs, there were 2 more corpses on the scene. 3 keys appeared above Lu Ming's head, and there were 4 keys again. Lu Ming did not stop. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and flew in one direction at top speed. At the same time, he spread out his spiritual sense to search for Xianxia. Buzz! Lu Ming's figure was like a bolt of lightning, extremely fast. In a short while, they had flown more than 100,000 miles. Along the way, Lu Ming saw more than 10 halls in the sky. There were indeed many palaces in this world. All of a sudden, Lu Ming looked in front of him. There was a blood-red pillar of light that shot into the sky. It was obvious that someone had obtained more than 6 keys, which was why the blood-red light pillar was activated. I don't know if little Qing is there, let's go take a look. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He took a step forward and flew in that direction. After flying for a while, Lu Ming saw that there were other paragons flying in that direction from other directions. Clearly, the others had also seen the light pillar. Someone has obtained more than 6 keys. Kill them. Quick, don't let others get there first. A series of voices rang out. Lu Ming took a casual glance and saw no less than 10 young men flying towards the blood-red light pillar. Lion City. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Among these people he saw Shirdu. Shirdu's aura was at the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. It was obvious that he had also broken through to the 1st level during this period of time. In front of them, on the peak of a mountain, everyone saw a young man in blue robes. Above his head, there were 7 blood-red keys. It's him. This is the person. He's only at the peak of the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. This person is mine. It's mine. As soon as they sensed the young man's cultivation, many people's eyes lit up. This time, nearly 1,000 young geniuses had entered. The ones with the weakest cultivation were even at the 2nd and 3rd level of the spiritual god realm. This person was at the peak of the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. If he was lucky, he would really obtain 7 keys. Their eyes were naturally burning with desire. If they could kill this person and obtain his 7 keys, they would be able to easily obtain the 9 keys and enter the palace in the sky to obtain the fortune. The blue-robed youth's expression changed drastically when he saw so many people. He turned around and fled. Where should we go? It's too late to escape. A series of cold shouts rang out, and more than a dozen figures chased after the blue-robed young man. Lu Ming frowned. He could vaguely sense that something was not right. However, he was not afraid and chased after them from a distance. A moment later, the young man in blue escaped into a valley. Suddenly dash. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 7 to 8 young men in blue suddenly flew out of the valley. Each of them had a powerful aura and a cold gaze. Many of them had 5 or 4 blood-colored keys floating above their heads. Huh, so many big fish. I'm rich. These people laughed loudly. Not good, we've been tricked. Let's go. The faces of those young men who were originally chasing changed greatly. They knew that they had fallen into a trap. The peak 4th level spiritual god realm youth in blue was only bait. He had deliberately obtained the 7 keys to lure others to kill him, and then be led into his trap. It's too late to leave now. A few blue-shirt youths sneered. Their bodies revealed a powerful aura. 2 of them had even reached the terrifying level of the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. They were very fast. They stepped into the air and surrounded Lu Ming and the rest. 7th level spiritual god realm. It's over. We're dead. Some people were terrified. The Lion City was in the same state. It was terrified and wanted to escape, but it was surrounded by the young man in blue from all directions. Lu Ming. Shirdu turned around and saw Lu Ming. Previously, his attention had been on the young man in blue and he did not see Lu Ming. Now he finally saw him. A look of shock flashed in his eyes. 7 days ago, he saw with his own eyes that Lu Ming was surrounded by severe wings and brutal wind. He thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure. He did not expect that Lu Ming was still alive and well. However, there was no time to be surprised. Escaping was more important. Die! The 7 young men in blue attacked, and sword light burst out. Instantly, a series of screams rang out as 5 young men were killed in an instant. The remaining few tried their best to resist and finally managed to block the attack. Shirdu quivered a little, and he dodged a move. Bang! Lu Ming waved his palm and destroyed one of the sword chi. Kill! 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 2 cold shouts rang out. the two 7th-level spiritual god realm blue-robed young men made their moves. The sword light was like lightning, instantly killing another two young men. Chapter 1235. 1235 Seeking help from Lu Ming. Shi Du and the other young man were lucky enough to survive, but they were screaming in fear. They were no match for the two 7th-level spiritual god realm blue-robed youths. They were too strong and could crush them. No, I don't want to die. Shi Du roared in his heart. He was extremely anxious and his mind was rapidly thinking of countermeasures. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Lu Ming. 7 days ago, Lu Ming was surrounded by severe wings and brutal wind. However, he was still alive and well. Lu Ming might be able to save him. Lu Ming, save me. Save me. He quickly rushed toward Lu Ming and shouted. Why should I save you? Lu Ming sneered. Whoosh. At this moment, a youth at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm made his move. A sword light shot towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw a punch and dispersed the sword light. The 7th-level spiritual god realm youth in blue frowned, while Shi Du's eyes lit up. Lu Ming could block the attack of a 7th-level spiritual god. At this moment, it was as if Shi Du had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. We come from the same place, the same continent. At this moment, we must work together. Lionheart shouted. United? 7 days ago, when I was trapped, why didn't I see you working together? Lu Ming sneered. 7 days ago, Lu Ming had also caught a glimpse of Shi Du's figure from the corner of his eye. At that time, Shi Du had escaped faster than anyone else and even gloated at his misfortune. Now he needed his help? Wouldn't that be laughable? I'm weak. Lionheart shouted. What's the point of keeping trash with low strength in this world? Lu Ming smiled faintly. He moved and left Lion City. No, please save me. Seeing Lu Ming leave, the lion was so scared that it almost peed its pants. It wailed, Lu Ming, save me. As long as you save me, I'm willing to be your mount. I'm not interested in a useless mount like you. Lu Ming said. Die. At that moment, a youth in blue at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm approached Lion City and slashed out with his sword. No! The lion roared unwillingly and fought with all its might, but it was useless. Its head was cut off by a sword. Lion City, dead. At that moment, Lu Ming was the only one left among the youths who were surrounded. Let's join forces. This person's combat strength doesn't seem weak. A 7th-level spiritual god realm blue-robed youth spoke. Get lost, I won't kill you. Lu Ming did not see Xianxia. He was a little disappointed and wanted to leave. Since you've seen us attack, you still want to leave? You're really naive. A 7th-level spiritual god realm blue-robed youth sneered. They came from a famous continent. However, if they used such an act to kill other geniuses and word got out, it would be bad for their reputation. Therefore, Lu Ming had to die. Why are you talking nonsense with him? Let's attack together, kill this person, and leave this place quickly. Another person coldly spoke. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 8 sword gleams shot toward Lu Ming, covering his entire body. Roar. Lu Ming burst out with 8 streams of dragon energy and threw 8 punches in a row. The 8 fist forces struck out and the 8 sword lights instantly collapsed. However, the fist forces did not stop and continued to attack. 2 young men with weak cultivation were directly penetrated by the fist force. The remaining 4 people spat out mouthfuls of blood and retreated with heavy injuries. Even the 2 7th-level spiritual god realm geniuses retreated frantically, their expressions changing. Not good, this person is too strong. Let's retreat. But one of the 7th-level spiritual god realm geniuses shouted in fear, trying to escape. Kill. Lu Ming stepped forward, and the radiance of his fist enveloped the remaining 6 people. A few consecutive screams were heard, and the remaining young men in blue were all killed. Even the two 7th-level spiritual god realm existences could only withstand a few more moves before they were killed. In just a few moments, more than a dozen Heaven's favorites had died in this place. These Heaven's Pride experts stood at the peak of their respective continents. They looked down on their peers and looked down on invincible figures. They had awakened 9th-level divine-level bloodlines. In the future, it was a sure thing that they would become emperors. But here, their lives were like grass, constantly being reaped. Lu Ming was even more worried about Xianxia's safety. Buzz! Above Lu Ming's head, 9 blood-red keys were suspended. A beam of light shot into the sky. However, Lu Ming was not in the mood to pay attention to it. He did not have the time to open a hall and obtain the opportunities inside. He only wanted to find Xianxia first. Buzz! He took a step forward and used the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps to the extreme as he flew into the distance. His speed was extremely fast, like a graceful swan, like a bolt of lightning, flashing through the air. What's that? A bloodlight? It looks like a blood-red light pillar. Above Lu Ming's head, there was a blood-red light beam. As Lu Ming flew at high speed, it was like a huge blood-red iron rod sweeping across the void, attracting the attention of many people. However, many people had only just seen it when the blood-red light pillar had already gone far away. It was simply too fast. Lu Ming activated his spiritual sense to the maximum and spread it out in all directions, looking for Xianxia's whereabouts. Fortunately, this small world was not very big. Very soon, Lu Ming reached the end. There was a chaotic void in front of him. Lu Ming changed his direction and continued his search. In the sky above a lake, an intense battle was taking place. 2 experts in the 7th level of the spiritual god realm were fighting a beautiful woman together. The woman was Xianxia. There were 5 blood-colored keys above Xianxia's head. As for the 2 youths at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm, they each had 5 blood-colored keys. The 2 7th-level spiritual god realm experts couldn't take down Xianxia for a while. After more than 7 days, Xianxia's cultivation had improved again and reached the peak of the 6th-level spiritual god realm. However, her combat strength was extremely terrifying and she could fight 2 7th-level spiritual god realm geniuses alone. Buzz! Demonic chi seethed from Xianxia's body and formed terrifying demonic palm prints that blasted toward the other 7th-level spiritual god realm expert. The battle between the 2 of them was difficult to determine. Not far from the battlefield, there were 3 other figures. One of them was a burly young man with a huge golden ring on his nose. He crossed his arms and watched quietly. On the side, 2 other young men stood respectfully beside him. I didn't expect that a woman who didn't master martial techniques of creation would have such combat strength. It's rare. The young man with a pair of round nose rings said as he looked at Xianxia's beautiful face. His eyes were burning with passion. This woman is indeed powerful. If young Master Niu can capture her, you can take her as your concubine. On the side, a young man revealed a flattering smile and flattered. The young man with a pair of round nose rings seemed to be moved. Yes, let's wait and see. Damn it, who is this woman? She actually has such combat strength. We have to take her down as soon as possible. We can't be underestimated by young Master Niu. One of the young men who was attacking Xianxia growled in his heart. The 2 of them gritted their teeth and attacked Xianxia with all their might. For a moment, the demonic chi around Xianxia was suppressed and he was at a disadvantage. Chapter 1236. 1236 Chapter 1236 Turn him into a dead bull. Although Xianxia was at a disadvantage, his expression was calm. The demonic chi on her body slowly receded, covering her body like a battle armor. God-destroying demon sword. Suddenly, Xianxia's glabella lit up and a black demonic sword flew out, slashing down at one of the 7th-level spiritual god realm experts. The opponent tried to defend himself, but Xianxia's demonic sword was like an illusion. It cut through the opponent's attack and layers of defense, cutting off the opponent's brow. There were no injuries, but the man's eyes suddenly widened, revealing an expression of shock. But the next moment, his eyes lost focus and his body fell down. He was dead. This person was killed by Xianxia with one strike. Buzz! After killing this person, Xianxia controlled the demonic sword and slashed horizontally across another person's body. There was still no wound, but the man screamed and his body trembled. He retreated madly, his aura dispirited as if he had been seriously injured. What a pity! Xianxia muttered. Then her body trembled and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale. Clearly, that move just now had also caused a great burden on her. How could that be? The two people beside the young man with a pair of nose rings were dumbfounded. Destroying a god's soul, what a powerful technique. The young man with the round nose ring had a serious expression on his face, but the light in his eyes was even more intense. You, get lost, you useless thing. The young man with a nose ring stepped forward and glanced at the injured young man. He scolded him coldly. The young man gritted his teeth, but he did not dare to refute. This young man with a nose ring was one of the three most powerful heaven's favorites of the Western deity palace. He was extremely powerful and cruel, so he didn't dare to argue with him. Little girl, just surrender. Although you have some skills, in front of me, you have no power to resist. The young man with a round nose ring walked towards Xianxia step by step. His aura was getting stronger and stronger. The 8th level of the spiritual god realm. Xianxia's eyes flashed with determination. This young man with a nose ring gave her immense pressure, but it was impossible for her to surrender. Xianxia's body moved and retreated like a ray of demonic light. You can't escape from me. The young man with a ring on his nose didn't panic. With a flash of lightning, his body seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning. He cut through the void and approached Xianxia. Whoosh! At the same time, the young man with the round nose ring waved his hand and a chain made of lightning shot towards Xianxia. Sky Devil Force Field. Xianxia shouted and activated the Sky Demon Power Field. At the same time, he used his bloodline fusion to increase the power of the Sky Demon Power Field to the maximum. The chains of lightning suddenly began to slow down in the field. What a wonderful force field. It has a trace of the power of a domain. Unfortunately, your cultivation base is too weak. The young man's eyes turned cold. Lightning flashed all over his body. The lightning chain broke the Sky Demon Force Field in half and quickly wrapped around Xianxia. Great Demonic Palm. Xianxia's heavenly demon bloodline sent out a few palm prints in a row, but they exploded after being hit by the lightning chains. Xianxia's face turned even paler and he spat out another mouthful of blood. I've said it before, you don't have the power to resist me. The young man with a nose ring said coldly with an arrogant expression. God-destroying demon sword. Xianxia gritted her teeth. Ignoring her injuries, she unleashed the god-destroying demon sword with all her might. Her glabella glowed, and a black sword light cut through the void, slashing toward the young man with the round nose rings. In the face of this sword, the young man with the nose in a ring had a slightly serious expression on his face, and the power of lightning on his body intensified. 9 Thunder Sword. The young man with the nose ring slashed his palm down. A sword with lightning struck out and clashed with Xianxia's demonic sword. With a bang, the 9 Thunder Sword emitted a blazing light, hoping to block the demonic sword. However, in the end, it only blocked a part of it. The remaining part continued to slash towards the young man with the nose ring. Block it. The young man with the nose ring was covered in lightning, forming a lightning armor that blocked the demonic sword. In the end, the demonic sword was weakened layer by layer, and only a trace of it entered the young man's body. The young man's body trembled as if he had been struck by lightning, and he took a step back. Damn it! How dare you hurt my soul? The man with the nose ring growled, his face extremely gloomy. Xianxia's body trembled as she retreated and spat out another mouthful of blood. "Little girl, I didn't want to hurt you, but you asked for it." The young man with a ring on his nose shouted coldly. His body was surrounded by lightning as he took a few steps forward and approached Xianxia. "Lu Ming." Xianxia sighed in his heart. Then, his eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. Even if she were to die, she would not let herself fall into the hands of the young man with the nose ring. What's that?" Suddenly, a young man looked into the distance and exclaimed. The young man with a pair of nose rings and Xianxia looked over subconsciously. He saw a blood-red light pillar moving at a terrifying speed in that direction. It was as if a blood-red stick had cut through the void. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the space being shattered could be heard. They saw a young man flying towards them at a terrifying speed. He was so fast that he even shattered the space. "Lu Ming!" Xianxia exclaimed. The person was Lu Ming. "Stop!" A young man stepped forward and blocked Lu Ming's way. "Get lost!" Lu Ming shouted coldly and threw a punch. The terrifying fist force enveloped the young man's body with an unstoppable force. The young man's pupils dilated. The next moment he screamed and his body exploded in the air. Buzz! Lu Ming's figure flashed and he appeared beside Xianxia. "Little Qing, you're injured." Lu Ming's heart ached when he saw Xianxia's pale face and the blood at the corner of his mouth. However, he also heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that Xianxia was fine. "Lu Ming, I'm fine." Xianxia's smile was so beautiful that the young man with a pair of nose rings was stunned. "Little Qing, don't worry. I will avenge you." Lu Ming reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of Xianxia's mouth. Seeing the intimate expressions on Lu Ming and Xianxia's faces, the young man with the nose ring had a look of jealousy in his eyes. He shouted coldly, "Brat, you dare to kill my people and stand beside my woman. You're looking for death." "Your woman?" Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He looked at the young man with the nose ring and said, "I'll definitely kill you just because of what you said." "Ha, kill me? Kid, with your abilities?" The young man laughed. "Lu Ming, be careful. This man is one of the 3 strongest heavens favorites of the Western deity palace, Lei Niu." Xianxia whispered. "Don't worry, he'll become a dead bull very soon." Lu Ming sneered. He stepped forward and charged at the Thunderbolt Bull. Chapter 1237. 1237 Chapter 1237 Meeting up with Xianxia. "Die! Go!" The Thunder Bull shouted coldly. With a wave of its hand, a chain of lightning flew out and wrapped around Lu Ming. Roar! A dragon's roar came from within Lu Ming's body. At that moment, Lu Ming had burst out with 9 streams of dragon energy. This person was one of the 3 most powerful heavens favorites of the Western deity palace. He was at the same level as the ice dragon and had most likely mastered martial arts techniques of creation. Lu Ming naturally would not be careless. 9 dragon energies burst out at once. Boom! As he punched out, the space within dozens of miles exploded and turned into nothingness. The lightning chains of the lightning bull also crumbled, and a terrifying fist force continued toward the lightning bull. The lightning bull's expression changed drastically. The power of Lu Ming's punch was too shocking and far exceeded its expectations. 9 Thunder Sword. A huge sword of lightning appeared in the bull's hand and it slashed down. Boom! The sword of lightning and Lu Ming's fist force collided. The force spread in all directions and the sky was filled with lightning. Half of the sky was filled with endless lightning, as if the punishment of heaven had descended. It's indeed a martial technique of conception. It's also a martial technique of thunder conception, just like the Thunder God Strike. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The Thunder Bull could use the will of thunder to a terrifying level. There was nothing else it could do except thunder martial techniques. Kill! The Thunderbolt roared and charged at Lu Ming with the Thunder Sword in its hand. Lu Ming's power made him want to kill him. Kill! Lu Ming charged at the Thunderbolt as well, surrounded by the five-colored will. With a wave of his hand, the terrifying power of the prison's suppressing heaven technique was unleashed. Boom! Lu Ming threw another punch at the 9 Thunder Sword. The land of lightning was like the might of the heavens, but Lu Ming was not afraid of it. He broke through the might with force and rushed up, crushing the 9 Thunder Sword. The lightning bull's expression was gloomy. Lu Ming's cultivation was clearly only at the early stage of the 7th level spiritual god realm. His cultivation was 1 level lower than his, but he could actually fight with him. This was hard for him to accept. He was an unparalleled prodigy and was invincible among those of the same level. No one had ever been able to fight him with a cultivation level lower than his. Kill, kill! He roared. 9 colors appeared on the Thunder Sword in his hand. The power of the 9 different thunderbolts converged, making it even more terrifying. Boom, boom, boom! Lu Ming continued to punch. On his fist, the faint shadow of a stone tablet could be seen. The prison's suppressing heaven technique and the Thunder Battle Sword clashed head-on, shaking the world. Chi-la! A lightning bolt as thick as an arm was struck away, falling on a mountain in the distance. Under the power of the lightning, the 1,000-mile-long mountain exploded, turning into broken stones and ashes that scattered everywhere. Boom! A fist force landed on the ground, creating an immeasurably deep hole. Hot lava gushed out from the ground. The two of them exchanged more than a dozen moves in a row, and it was difficult to determine the winner. Buzz! The Thunderbolt suddenly let out a loud roar. Its body grew rapidly and finally turned into a giant bull the size of a mountain. Its body was covered in lightning. The Thunderbolt was a demon. This was his true form. Bang! Bang! The giant lightning bull stood in the air and its 2 sharp horns were like heavenly blades. Buzz! Buzz! The 2 sharp horns glowed and 2 sabers condensed from lightning slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw 2 punches and sent the 2 Thunder Battle sabers flying. However, his body trembled slightly and he took 2 steps back. The demons were stronger in their true forms. 9 Thunder Sword, 10,000 Sword kill. Thunderbolt! The Thunderbolt shouted. The power of thunder on its body became even more shocking. Endless thunder and lightning filled the air. Some of them were even thicker than a water tank. With the Thunderbolt as the center, they shot out and danced in the sky. Lu Ming! Not far away, Xianxia's demonic qi was spread out to resist the force outside. His face was full of worry. Who is this person? He actually forced young Master Niu to use his strongest combat power. In the distance, there were 2 young men who were shocked by this scene. On the body of the Thunderbolt, endless lightning gathered and turned into 9 colored combat swords, which were aimed at Lu Ming. This was the power of martial techniques of intent. It could kill everything like a lightning tribulation and destroy all life. Roar! At this moment, Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons. The dragons soared to the 9 heavens and his 9 dragon claws stomped out continuously. The sky trembled, and a dense explosion rang out. The Thunder Battle Swords exploded in the air one after another. Kill! The 9 dragons strode forward and charged at the Thunderbolt, clawing at it. Bang! The dragon's claw hit the Thunderbolt's body, but it was blocked. First, it was the Thunder Armor. It broke through the Thunder Armor and landed on the Thunderbolt. It was like hitting a drum. With a bang, the dragon's claw was bounced off. At the same time, the Thunderbolt's horns glowed and a bolt of lightning struck Lu Ming at the speed of light. However, it was blocked by Lu Ming's heavy defenses. Buzz! Roar! A dragon and a bull fought in the air, as if they had returned to prehistoric times. After a dozen moves, it was difficult to determine the winner. Kid, let's fight again next time. The more the lightning bull fought, the more shocked it became. It felt that Lu Ming's strength was endless. Every time he was hit by Lu Ming's dragon claws, his body would hurt. He couldn't help but want to retreat. You want to leave? Did I let you? Lu Ming's cold voice was heard. Brat, you may be strong, but I'm not weak either. You can't do anything to me. The Thunder Bull snorted. Is that so? Lu Ming's indifferent voice was heard. In the next moment, a drop of blood appeared, and a layer of blood-red light appeared on the 9 dragons' bodies. The third bloodline. As soon as the blood light appeared, the power of the 9 dragons suddenly increased. They clawed out and broke the defense of the Thunder Bull, leaving a deep claw mark on its body. Blood flowed out. Phew! The Thunder Bull was shocked and furious. It did not expect that Lu Ming had still held back. Buzz! The Thunder Bull roared and wanted to charge out. Bang! Each step of the 9 dragons could pierce through the sky. The thunderbolts on the Thunder Bull's body were scattered, leaving wounds on its body. Blood flowed out, and even its bones were exposed. The Lightning Bull roared madly. It felt a chill in its heart. Lu Ming was too powerful and could threaten its life. He charged out madly. Kill! Lu Ming roared. His 9 dragon claws grabbed one of the Thunder Bull's front legs and tore it apart with all his might. With a hiss, one of the Thunder Bull's front legs was torn off by Lu Ming. The Lightning Bull wailed. Thunder escape! He let out a long roar, and streams of blood wrapped around his body. Then, the Thunder Bull's body shrank rapidly, turning into a bolt of lightning. In a flash, it rushed thousands of miles away, and with another flash, it disappeared into the distance. So fast! Lu Ming frowned. It was too late to give chase. This Lightning Bull's life-saving methods were not bad. Young Master Nyo has lost. Go, quickly go! The remaining 2 people screamed in horror and ran for their lives. However, there was a flash of light and Lu Ming appeared in front of them. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming slapped them twice. The 2 of them screamed in pain and retreated while vomiting blood. Little Qing, I'll let you kill these 2. Lu Ming said. Spare me. The 2 of them wanted to beg for mercy, but a demonic sword flashed, and their heads flew far away. Dragon Emperor's Infinite Fate. Chapter 1238. 1238 Chapter 1238, A Domain Solidifying Pill. After killing the 2, a total of 9 keys appeared above Xianxia's head. A blood-red light pillar shot into the sky. It shone with the blood-colored light pillar above Lu Ming's head. Little Qing, let's go. Let's go open that palace together. Lu Ming walked toward Xianxia. Xianxia nodded, and the 2 of them flew side by side to the nearest palace. Soon, a palace appeared in their field of vision. However, the 2 of them and the 2 blood-red light pillars were too eye-catching. Buzz! Whoosh! With a whooshing sound, 7 or 8 young experts flew over from all directions, their eyes burning with passion. 9 for each of you. Some people's eyes lit up. Get lost. Lu Ming threw a punch at the strongest person. A fist force streaked across the sky and struck towards that person. The terrifying pressure scared the man out of his wits. He tried his best to set up a defense, but in the end he was still hit by Lu Ming's punch and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying dozens of miles. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Gasps of shock could be heard. Everyone recognized the person just now. He was a heaven's favorite who had set foot on the 36 Vecta peaks. His cultivation was at the peak of the 7th level of the spiritual god realm, but he was actually beaten by Lu Ming to the point of spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. This made everyone extremely frightened. A monster, let's go, let's go. Run. The rest of the people scattered and fled, wishing they had 2 more legs. Not long after, not a single one of them was left. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered and went to the hall with Xianxia. There was also a stone tablet in front of the palace's door. There were 9 keyholes on the stone tablet. Little Qing, you first. Lu Ming said. Xianxia nodded. With a thought, 9 blood-colored keys flew into the keyhole and the door opened. Lu Ming, I'll go in first and wait for you, Xianxia said. I don't know if 2 people can enter in succession. You go in first. If I don't, it means that I went to another hall. You don't have to wait for me, Lu Ming said. Xianxia nodded and stepped through the door. After Xianxia stepped in, the door closed automatically. I don't know if it's still useful. Lu Ming had an idea and the 9 keys flew toward the 9 keyholes. Unfortunately, the 9 keys stopped outside and could not enter at all. It's indeed useless. Only one person can enter one palace at a time. Lu Ming shook his head and left. Not long after, he found another hall. There was obviously no one in this hall. Lu Ming used 9 keys to open the door of the hall and stepped in. The scene inside the palace was almost the same as the last time he saw it. There were also a few chandeliers. On the chandeliers, there were balls of light. Under the balls of light, there were different symbols. Lu Ming sized it up carefully, thinking about what to choose. For the martial techniques of creation, he had the Thunder God strike for the time being. If he chose another one, he would have no time to practice it. One Thunder God strike was enough for Lu Ming to comprehend. If he could cultivate Thunder God strike to the highest level, its power would be shocking. It would be enough for the time being. Learning one more wouldn't be of much use. Lu Ming pondered for a while and decided to choose a type of pill. If it could be placed together with martial techniques of creation, it would presumably not be bad. However, the pill symbols all looked the same. It was impossible to distinguish what kind of pill it was, so he could only choose at will. Lu Ming casually grabbed one of the light orbs. The light orbs shattered and a jade bottle appeared in his hands. Domain solidifying pill. On the jade bottle, there was a label with 3 words written on it. It's actually a domain solidifying pill? Lu Ming's eyes shone with a fiery glow and his heart could not help but beat wildly. He had heard of the domain solidifying pill before, but it did not exist in the divine wilderness continent. It was only a legend. If a great circle spiritual god wanted to advance another step, he would have to transform his intent into a domain. However, this step was undoubtedly extremely difficult, astonishingly difficult. If one could condense an embryonic stage domain, they would be considered supreme martial artists. However, if a great circle spiritual god consumed the domain solidifying pill, it would greatly increase the chances of strengthening the embryonic form of a domain and even make it easier to form a complete domain. This was a priceless treasure, and its value was incalculable. The Tianshan sect was indeed a major power in the Yuan continent. They could even casually take out the domain solidifying pill as a reward. Or perhaps, in the eyes of the Heavenly God sect, a peerless divine pill like the domain solidifying pill was only rare and ordinary. However, to Lu Ming, it was definitely a supreme divine pill. If Lu Ming's cultivation level reached the great circle of the spiritual god stage, this domain solidifying pill would help him to quickly reach the supreme level. Lu Ming kept it carefully and tried to open the other orbs. Indeed, none of them could be opened. I'm going to see little Qin. Lu Ming did not stop. He left the hall and went to the hall that Xianxia had entered. However, the door to Xianxia's palace was closed, and he didn't come out. Lu Ming stopped at a nearby mountain peak and asked Dandan to keep an eye on him from the outside. He entered the mountain and river diagram and sat under the path understanding ancient tree to comprehend the Thunder God strike. In this small world, the slaughter continued. One by one, the top geniuses of their respective continents were killed here, and they would forever remain in this land. Some of the weaker ones didn't even dare to show their faces and looked for a safe place to hide. As for the stronger ones, they hunted everywhere. It was a scene of blood and slaughter. In a valley, Longtime transformed into an Archean dragon-esque elephant and howled at the sky. He took a step forward and killed 2 7th-level spiritual god realm experts. Now, Longchen's cultivation had also entered the 7th level of the spiritual god realm, and his combat strength was even more terrifying. After that, Long Chen gathered all 9 keys and stepped into a palace. On a large river, the ice dragon waved his hand and sealed a few young experts in ice. He also gathered 9 keys and entered a palace. Xianxia's body was holy and pure, and a milky white light filled the air. 9 keys were floating above her head. Not far away from her was the 3 strongest heaven's favorites of the South God Palace, Wang Lin. Miss Nianjuan, you can go in first. I'll go to another hall. Wang Lin said. Many thanks, young Master Wang. Xianxia nodded and stepped into a palace. Wang Zhen's eyes glowed with a fiery light as he walked towards the other palaces. Such scenes were happening all over the small world. Top geniuses like Ji Hongchen had all gathered 9 keys and entered the palace to obtain their own opportunities. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Half a month's time was almost up. After 7 days of comprehension, the Thunder God's strike had made great progress, but it would still take some time to cultivate to the 2nd level. At this moment, they received news that Xianxia had come out. Lu Ming exited the mountain and river diagram and saw Xianxia standing in front of the hall, looking around. Xianxia smiled when he saw Lu Ming flying over. Little Qin, what did you get? Lu Ming asked. It's a pill. Xianxia explained that she had obtained the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse in the divine ruins. There were a few martial techniques related to the demonic Tao intent. Therefore, Xianxia didn't need to choose a technique of creation. Instead, he chose the pill. Chapter 1239. 1239 Chapter 1239 Interrogation. I chose the demonic energy pill. I didn't expect that my bloodline would appear immediately after I got it and swallow it. I could only start refining it. I didn't expect that this cultivation would last 7 days. Xianxia explained. Lu Ming nodded. No wonder Xianxia had stayed in the hall for 7 days. Little Qing, your cultivation. Lu Ming studied Xianxia carefully. He could feel that Xianxia's true essence fluctuation was extremely strong. After refining the demonic vitality pill, my cultivation has broken through from the peak of the 6th level spiritual god realm to the 7th level spiritual god realm in one go. Xianxia said. 7th level spiritual god realm. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The 7th level of the spiritual god realm was the pinnacle of all the geniuses present. Xianxia was able to break through to the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. With his own combat strength, he had no worries about protecting himself. Lu Ming was naturally overjoyed. There was less than a day to go before the half-month deadline. Lu Ming and Xianxia went around. If they ran into anyone, Lu Ming did not mind killing them and snatching the key. However, after flying for a while, they didn't meet a single person. Many of those with lower cultivations had gone into hiding during this period of time, and it was hard to find them. Time passed quickly. Buzz! Suddenly, the space trembled, and Lu Ming felt the space around him tighten. He disappeared from there, and the next moment, he appeared in the ancient city of the divine ruins, on top of the 36 Vecta peaks. Xianxia also appeared beside him. Countless people were watching from all directions. He's out. The first round is over. Someone exclaimed. In the sky above the 36 Tiangang peaks, people kept appearing and disappearing. Soon, more than 500 people appeared in the sky. But after that, no one else appeared. There were only 500 people left. Many people's hearts trembled. Needless to say, the remaining people would definitely be left inside forever. Out of nearly 1,000 people, only 500 came out. The death rate was close to half. Such a death rate was really too high. It was shocking. Thunderbolt, you lost an arm. Who has the strength to do that? A voice rang out. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man with a ring on his nose. One of his arms was missing and his face was extremely gloomy. Many heaven's favorites, including the sovereigns, also looked at the lightning bull. Lei Niu is one of the 3 most powerful experts of the Western Deity Palace, But one of his arms was actually broken by someone. Who was it? Do you have such strength? Could it be the strongest person from the other 3 divine palaces? Or the ones who are ranked second on the continent? He's really powerful. The Thunderbull's combat strength is already terrifying. I once saw him easily kill 3 great circle spiritual god existences. He could even contend with a supreme being for a while, but one of his arms was actually cut off. The surroundings were filled with discussion and shock. This made the Lightning Bull's face even gloomier. He swept his gaze around and finally landed on Lu Ming. A cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Then, he snorted coldly and walked towards the Western Deity Palace. The others glanced at each other and flew in 4 different directions. Lu Ming and Xianxia came to the South God Palace. The black-robed middle-aged man's gaze swept across them, and his face turned gloomy. The number of heaven's favorites from the South God Palace had been reduced by half. The losses were too great. One should know that as long as these Heaven's Pride experts didn't die, they would definitely become emperors in the future, and not ordinary emperors at that. So many people died. Lu Ming was also observing in secret. Almost every continent had people dying in battle. In the Divine Wilderness continent, Lu Ming saw Long Chen, Xianxia, Yang Patin, the Heartless Monk, the Moonless Bodhisattva, and Ming Zi. Like the 3-headed hellhound, Wang Lin was no longer there. Clearly, he had already died in battle. Including Lion City, the Divine Wilderness continent had lost 3 elites. Such losses were considered small. Some continents were almost completely extinct. For example, the 8th-ranked genius, Tai Mainland, had lost 70% to 80% of his people. Even the 2nd-ranked genius had died. As for the Xinyi continent, it was even more miserable. Only 2 or 3 people were left looking at each other. As for the White Feather continent, they had also suffered heavy losses. Buzz. Buzz. All of a sudden, 2 silhouettes in feather cloaks appeared on both sides of Lu Ming. Their cold, killing intent enveloped Lu Ming. What's going on? The monk chanted the name of Buddha. The rest of the people from the South God Palace also looked at the 2 young men in feather clothes. Of the 2 young men, one was wearing a golden feather coat and the other was wearing a pair of black wings. Goldwing, Godwing, what are you 2 doing? Ji Hongqian furrowed his brows and asked. He killed Silavir Wing. Silavir Wing left a special aura on him. Only the wings can feel it. The young man in the golden feather clothes said coldly. What? He killed Silavir Wing? He actually managed to kill Silavir Wing? On the side of the South God Palace, many geniuses were puzzled. Silavir Wing was one of the top 3 heavens favorites of the White Feather continent. He had reached the 36 Vecta peaks and had a high cultivation level and powerful combat strength. How could this person from the Divine Wilderness continent kill him? Ji Hongqian frowned and did not continue to speak. On the other hand, Wang Zhen and Xianxia were gloating. That's right. I killed Silavir Wing. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. Since he had been discovered, there was nothing to hide. How dare you kill the pride of the White Feather continent? Tell me, what despicable method did you use to sneak attack? I don't believe that a piece of trash from the Divine Wilderness continent like you can kill Silavir Wing. Shut up, Golden Wing coldly rebuked. We're all on the side of the South God Palace, but you actually fought among yourself and killed the geniuses of the White Feather continent to weaken the strength of the South God Palace. Also, who is your helper? Could it be someone from another Divine Wilderness continent? The Blackwing Divine Wing spoke as his cold gaze swept across the rest of the Divine Wilderness continent. Xianxia, Ming Zi, Yang Patin, and the others' faces turned ugly. I have nothing to do with him. I have always been with young Master Wang Zhen. Xianxia explained. Yes, I can testify that Miss Nianqing has nothing to do with this matter. Wang Zhen opened his mouth and explained. I also have nothing to do with him. I have a grudge against him. Yang Podin and Ming Zi spoke one after another, trying to draw a clear line between them and Lu Ming. The unscrupulous monk and moonless bodhisattva did not say anything. Xianxia stood close to Lu Ming. Bang! At this moment, Long Chen took a step forward and stood beside Lu Ming. Xianxia, Yang Podin, and the others' faces changed. Long Chen was actually standing beside Lu Ming. We don't need anyone else to kill Silavir Wing. We can kill him with a flip of our hands. Lu Ming said with a calm expression. Also, you guys need to be clear on one thing. Silavir Wing was the one who wanted to kill me first. You guys don't need to slander me for no reason. It's useless. Nonsense. Don't try to quibble. Since you've admitted that you killed Silavir Wing. Life. Now, kneel down and admit your crimes. Your accomplices are all guilty. Kneel down and destroy your cultivation. When the selection of disciples of the deity sect is over, I will take you back to the White Feather Continent and sentence you. Golden Wing announced. Chapter 1240. 1240 Kill him. The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of the other parties. The heavens' favorites from the other three divine palaces all looked over as if they were watching a show. A beast is a beast. His brain really doesn't work well. Lu Ming pursed his lips. You're looking for death. Jin Yi shouted. His eyes were cold. The other paragons of the White Feather Continent were all filled with killing intent, shrouding Lu Ming. Buzz! Golden light burst forth from the golden wings. It formed a claw with its fingers and clawed at Lu Ming, making a sharp sound as it tore through the air. Boom! Boom! Xianxia and Long Chen's auras burst forth. You don't need to do anything, they're just a few beasts. Lu Ming said and threw a punch. Bang! Kacha! Lu Ming's punch landed on the golden wing's claw, causing the sound of bones breaking to ring out. The golden wing cried out in pain and retreated continuously. Many people couldn't help but widen their eyes and look at this scene in disbelief. The golden-winged one was an expert who had reached the 36 Tiangang peaks. It was unbelievable that his finger bone was broken by Lu Ming with a single punch. The black-robed middle-aged man from the South God Palace had been standing quietly in the void, watching indifferently without saying a word. Kill! The golden wing's finger bone was broken by Lu Ming's punch. It flew into a rage out of humiliation and transformed into its true form, a huge golden eagle. It flapped its wings and charged at Lu Ming. At the same time, Divine Wing's eyes turned cold. He transformed into his true form and charged at Lu Ming. The two paragons who had stepped onto Fecta Peak had actually joined forces to attack Lu Ming. How despicable! That's good. Bird meat that contains the bloodline of a divine beast is perfect for my meal. Lu Ming said coldly. The dragon power in his body burst out and he threw two punches. The space was compressed into a ball wherever the fist passed, and the fist flew toward the golden wings and the divine wings. Two wails were heard, and the sky was filled with golden and black feathers. With one move, Golden Wing and Divine Wing were heavily injured. Kill! Lu Ming struck the necks of the golden-winged and divine-winged birds with two consecutive palm strikes. The terrifying power exploded and the two bird heads were blown to pieces. The golden wings and the divine wings were instantly killed. CSI! Many people gasped and looked at Lu Ming in shock. Those two were prodigies who could ascend the Fecta Peak. They were killed by Lu Ming just like that. It was a piece of cake. The black-robed man's eyes lit up with a flash of surprise. He had some impression of Lu Ming. Back in the Divine Wilderness Continent, Lu Ming only had an 8th-level divine-level bloodline, but he had easily defeated Mu Feng and caught his attention. Hence, he made an exception and allowed Lu Ming to come to the Divine Ruins Continent. Now, Lu Ming's abilities were even more shocking. Even he was shocked. As for Wang Zhen, Ji Hongchen, and the purple-haired young man, their eyes were filled with shock, astonishment, and solemnness. Lu Ming's abilities had caught their attention. Many people from the other three divine palaces were also quite shocked. Who is this person? Your combat strength is pretty good. I didn't expect that the South God Palace had hidden such a character other than those three guys. Someone spoke. He clearly regarded Lu Ming as an opponent. Among them, the lightning bull and the ice dragon snorted coldly, their expressions ugly. You killed Golden Wing and Holy Wing? A sovereign of the White Feather Continent said in a trembling voice. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the bodies of the Divine Wings and the Golden Wings. He said, "What's wrong? You want to make a move too?" No. No. The young man from the White Feather Continent turned pale. Lu Ming. Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. Wang Zhen stepped forward, his gaze landing on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you're too vicious. Golden Wings and Divine Wings only said a few words about you, and you killed them. Furthermore, Golden Wing and Divine Wing are the two generals of our southern deity palace. You have killed them so ruthlessly. It is obvious that you are weakening the strength of our southern deity palace. With such a temperament, you are not qualified to participate in the selection of the heavenly deity sect. In the depths of Wang Zhen's eyes, there was a glint of ruthlessness. Xianxia had told him that she didn't get along with Lu Ming and Xianxia. He had to seize the opportunity to impress Xianxia and win his favor. Hee. Lu Ming looked at Wang Zhen and sneered, "Are you blind? They wanted to kill me just now. Can I fight back and kill them? How about this, if I want to kill you, you just stand still and let me kill you." "You're quibbling," Wang Zhen said. "Who do you think you are? I don't need to quibble with you. Get lost." Lu Ming could not be bothered to talk nonsense with him and berated him directly. This caused Wang Zhen's expression to turn incomparably gloomy. Who was he? The three strongest heavens favorites of the South God Palace. The Wang family's influence in the South God Palace was even greater than the Mu family's. Lu Ming actually dared to speak to him in this manner. "Kid, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you killed the Golden Wings and the Divine Wings. I'll let you know that there's always someone better than you." Wang Zhen said coldly, a cold killing intent rising from his body. "All right, I'm done." At this moment, the black-robed middle-aged man's voice rang out, causing Wang Zhen to stop in his tracks. The Golden Wings and the Divine Wings were at fault in this matter. They wanted to kill others, but they didn't have the ability and were killed instead. They can't blame others. The black-robed man said. But Wang Zhen wanted to continue. The black-robed middle-aged man stretched out his hand, and Wang Zhen could only swallow his words. "Brat, you're lucky today." Wang Zhen glared at Lu Ming coldly, then turned and walked to Xianxuan's side. "Don't worry, I'll find an opportunity to kill that brat." Xianxuan nodded casually. At this moment, a powerful fluctuation spread out in the sky, and a few figures appeared. It was the Esilavir-haired old man from the Heavenly God sect and two middle-aged men. As for the three young men, they were nowhere to be seen. Alright, that's the end of the first round. Next, we'll set up the venue for the second round. It'll take half a month. Those who survived the first round, come back here after half a month. After the Esilavir-haired old man finished his announcement, he turned around and left. Half a month later, the second round of the competition would begin. Many people's eyes were filled with anticipation. After half a month, they might be able to join the Tianshan sect. After that, the crowd dispersed and flew off in different directions. "Let's go, let's roast some meat." Lu Ming laughed. The heavens' favorites from the White Feather Continent trembled and looked terrible. Soon, everyone returned to their residence. Half an hour later, a strong meaty aroma wafted from Lu Ming's courtyard and spread throughout the entire southern deity palace. "Lu Ming, you really roasted the Golden Wings and the Divine Wings." The youths from the other continents were dumbfounded. "Brother Long, let's eat together." Lu Ming called out to Long Chen's room. The door opened, and Long Chen stepped in. "Giver Lu, I wonder if I have the fortune to eat a piece?" The unscrupulous monk appeared. When he saw the two big birds that were roasted to a golden yellow, His eyes lit up and he almost drooled. Of course you can. Lu Ming smiled. Chapter 1241. 1241 Chapter 1241 Lightning Territory. Haha, I can't eat Giver Lu's food for free. I have some top-grade wine here that goes well with this roasted meat. The heartless monk walked over and with a wave of his hand, 7 to 8 jars of wine appeared on the ground. This? Lu Ming, Xianxia and Long Chen were all stunned. How could there be such a monk in the Buddhist sect? Then this little monk won't be polite. The unscrupulous monk laughed and his eyes lit up. He rolled up his sleeves and tore off one of the bird's wings, then began to gnaw. Lu Ming smiled and picked up a jar of wine. He opened it and took a big gulp. The wine was thick and sweet, and it felt warm and comfortable in his stomach. Even his vital essence could be circulated more smoothly. This was truly a top-grade wine. This unscrupulous monk really knew how to enjoy himself. Then, Li Hu gulped down the wine and ate the meat. In 2 hours, 7 or 8 jars of wine were finished, and the 2 giant birds with level 9 divine beast bloodline were only left with bones. What made people even more stunned was that the unscrupulous monk didn't even let go of the bones and began to gnaw on them. This is a good thing. It's a pity to miss it. You don't have to be polite. The unscrupulous monk mumbled as he stuffed the food into his mouth. Lu Ming and the other 2 looked at each other. After another half an hour, the monk left reluctantly. Little Qing, a million miles away from the ancient city of the divine ruins, there's a thunder region. I plan on taking advantage of this half a month to go to the Thunder region to cultivate intent realm martial techniques. Lu Ming told Xianxia his plan. Yes, I'm going to choose a martial arts technique of creation to practice. I'll practice in the mountain and river diagram for the time being. Xianxia nodded. Lu Ming and Xianxia entered the mountain and river diagram. Xianxia sat cross-legged under the path understanding ancient tree. Chirping. A chubby meatball flew over and rushed into Lu Ming's arms, rubbing vigorously. It was Bubbles. During this period of time, Lu Ming had placed the bubbles in the mountain and river diagram. Now that he saw Lu Ming, the bubbles were very sticky. Little guy, I'll bring you along. Lu Ming rubbed the bubbles and then exited the mountain and river diagram. He left the South Deity Palace Mansion and headed to the west of the ancient city of the Divine Ruins. The Thunder region was to the west of the ancient city of the Divine Ruins. In a room in the Western Deity Palace, Lei Nio's face was extremely gloomy. He looked at his empty arm and was even more furious. His killing intent was cold. The spiritual god realm could not regrow a broken arm. Only by breaking through to the martial royal realm could one regrow an arm. This wasn't a big deal. Lei Nio was just worried that this selection by the deity sect would affect the views of the experts of the deity sect on him. At this time, a black shadow flashed, and a thin-looking old man in black appeared in the room. Young Master Nio, do you have any orders for me? The black-robed old man bowed and asked. Send a message back and ask my master to send some experts over. I'm going to find an opportunity to kill that brat. The lightning bowl was filled with killing intent. Yes. The black-robed old man bowed and accepted the order. Then, his figure moved and he left the place. I need to find a place to recover. The Thunder region to the west of the ancient Divine Ruins city is a place where lightning congregates. It just so happens to be suitable for me. The lightning bull muttered to itself. To Lu Ming, the distance of 1,000,000 miles was covered in a moment. In front of him, black clouds covered the sky. The endless black clouds were rolling, and terrifying lightning bolts fell from the thunder and lightning, covering the entire sky like Esilavir snakes. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder boomed, and all living things were dormant. This was a vast and boundless domain of lightning. This was the Thunder region, known as the Boundless Thunder region, because its scope was extremely vast. Buzz! Lu Ming paused for a moment before he stepped out and entered the lightning territory. Qila. As soon as Lu Ming stepped into the lightning zone, 9 bolts of lightning as thick as an arm shot toward him. Thunder God strike. Lu Ming clenched his fist in the air and condensed bolts of lightning out of thin air, negating the few bolts of lightning that struck him. What a strong power of lightning! What a strong lightning concept! Lu Ming extended his spiritual senses and felt the space around him. It was filled with extremely dense lightning energy. This place is still too weak. Let's continue deeper. Lu Ming continued to venture deeper into the lightning territory. Along the way, there were lightning bolts striking at Lu Ming, but they were easily blocked by Lu Ming's Thunder God strike. At the same time, Lu Ming also used the power of the lightning here to comprehend the Thunder God strike. Buzz! At this moment, Lu Ming's body trembled slightly. He could feel the lightning cauldron in his sea of consciousness shaking slightly. Then, the space between his brows glowed and the lightning cauldron appeared on its own. The lightning cauldron trembled slightly and produced a powerful suction force. The surrounding lightning bolts were attracted by the lightning cauldron and flew into it, disappearing without a trace. This works too. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment, then he revealed a look of joy. Buzz! Lu Ming executed his movement technique and sprinted towards the depths of the lightning territory at top speed. The deeper one went into the thunder region, the stronger the power of the thunder and lightning would be. The strength of the thunder mentality would also be stronger, and it would be easier to comprehend. Along the way, Lu Ming also noticed a few auras. Clearly, there were other people cultivating here. Not long after, Lu Ming came to a valley. The power of lightning here was extremely strong. Endless lightning bolts rained down with a shocking aura. This is the place. Lu Ming walked into the valley and sat cross-legged, quietly comprehending the power of lightning between heaven and earth and cultivating the Thunder God strike. The lightning cauldron hovered above his head, occasionally absorbing a few huge bolts of lightning. Wisps of lightning swam around the body of the cauldron and sparkled. Chirping. Pow Pow lay lazily on Lu Ming's body, squinting its eyes and sizing up the surroundings. Lightning is destruction. It is the punishment of the heavens. Lu Ming carefully comprehended and muttered. He was experiencing the essence of the power of lightning. The power of thunder and lightning was the power of divine punishment. It feared everything and its power was extremely terrifying. However, it was also extremely difficult to comprehend its essence. In the past, Lu Ming had only used it roughly and did not explore it in depth. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been cultivating in the valley for 3 days. He had learned a lot in the past 3 days. He was very close to the second level of Thunder God Strike and could break through at any time. However, at this moment, Lu Ming felt that the lightning in the valley was not powerful enough. He needed stronger lightning power to cultivate. Lu Ming got up and walked out of the valley, continuing to venture deeper. 2 hours later, Lu Ming arrived in front of a majestic mountain. In the sky above the mountain, there were endless lightning and thunder. The power of the lightning was extremely rich. However, Lu Ming sensed that many cave abodes had been opened up in the mountains, and there were auras entrenched there. It was obvious that experts were cultivating there. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and was about to turn around and leave. He did not want to stay any longer. Whoosh! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot out from the mountain. An elder in green appeared in front of Lu Ming, blocking his way. At the same time, he stared at the lightning cauldron above Lu Ming's head with a burning gaze. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.